Foreign
ministers of Brazil, representing the presidents of Brazil. We believe the newly elected president, Mr. Lula, who just won the elections a while ago. However, the current president is still Jair Bolsonaro before the handover to the new president Lula da Silva. But Jair Bolsonaro is not attending this leader summit in Bali.
Yes, even though Brazil is one of the 3 countries that are absent to be here for the G20 summit under Indonesia's presidency.
Yeah.
But I believe all the main topics and the pillars of the G20 under Indonesia's presidency will be still go on observation and discussion.
All right. So while we watch more arrivals at the Perva Kempinski, where the Leaders Summit will take place moments from now, we are now joined by yet another distinguished guest for our conversations and in-depth dialogues here in the studio. We are very happy to have Ms. Safia Muhibat from CSIS. Ms. Fifi, a very good morning to you.
Good morning.
This is, again, always a pleasure to have you for our programs, and we truly value your insights on this. And I'd like to just give you a very gentle reminder, if I may. It seemed like not too long ago, we sat together on the 1st of December 2021, kicking off the G20. Here we are at the summit. What's your take so far on the entire deliberations and how the year has passed under our presidency?
Well, I mean, first of all, it has not been an easy year, that's for sure. You know, when we last talked at the beginning of the presidency, I mean, the government set out all these 3 priorities for Indonesia's G20 presidency and so on. But then, global dynamics with the geopolitical tension, with the war in Ukraine, of course, that changes a lot.
All right. So just arriving there at the red carpet, Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Hsien Loong. And in just a few minutes, he'll be greeting also the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Presiden Joko Widodo. Continuing on your points about presidency, it has been a very hard year indeed, hasn't it?
It has. And a lot of the discussions have been derailed by other issues. You can see at the previous, throughout the process with the various ministerial meetings, the task group level meetings, issues have been derailed by geopolitical tension. And unfortunately then, some of the intended agreements have not been achieved because there were so many disagreements among the delegates, among the G20 members with regards to issues related to Ukraine and other geopolitical issues. It
is always the same issue that got all of these meetings stuck on deadlocks and lasted all night long. Digital economy lasted until 1 a.m. in the morning, a 16-hour final day meeting. And then energy transitions until 2 a.m. in the morning, meaning that it was such an intricate time, complex time. And before we continue on that, Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Hsien Loong, is currently shaking hands with the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo. Singapore has also been very present at many of our meetings, even though Singapore is not per se a member of the G20 member states, a part of an invited observing country. Let's just comment on this very quickly, Ms. Fifi. How essential do you think invited observing member countries to be present at the Leaders Summits, and what sort of impact they will bring to the table?
Well, of course, I mean, G20, 20 countries is, you can hardly call it representation of the global community, right? So, of course, then the host has this ability to also invite countries that they view as important to also be involved in the discussion. And I think in this regard, Indonesia thought of Singapore as one of the closest neighbors as well. Could have some insights and ideas to also contribute to some of the issues discussed within the G20. So I think this is very valid.
And Singapore is also one of the most, if not the most important international trade hub, very
Yes.
close to our country,
Exactly.
which will be impacting all of the economic decisions, whatever we make within the G20.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the other issues that were the priorities of the presidency, digital transformation. I mean, Singapore is also one of the key players in this regard.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, especially if we're talking about digitalization, like Singapore is one of the countries that has a very developed digital platforms and how they manage. If you remember, it was one of the countries that set out the parameter, the barrier during the pandemic time, how to prevent, how to tackle all the challenges during the pandemic, and when the COVID-19 numbers were still increasing.
Right. Ms. Fifi, I'd like to get your take on the fact that we can be proud and happy with 17 being present at the Leader Summit. However, Brazil, Mexico, and a lot of
Russia.
attention on this, Russia is not coming.
Sure.
What's your take on the only 17 heads of states participating at the summits, and how will it impact the discussions, things on the table?
Well, I mean, first regarding attendance, right? I mean, it's not unusual for some member countries to miss the G20 summit. If you recall, last year in Rome, there were 5 leaders missing, even more than this
us
year.
here,
So Putin and Xi Jinping last year attended virtually only, and 3 other leaders, I think that it was Mexico, Japan, I forgot the other one, but they missed because of domestic issues. So more
and we were
pressing.
also still in the thick of the pandemic too.
Of course,
Yeah.
of
Prior to
course.
the Omicron.
So I mean, not attending should not be seen as something extraordinary. So it's common practice. But of course, this year the big question was Putin going to attend or not? And now we know for sure that he's not attending. I think it attracted a lot of attention, and I think in this regard, we're really looking forward to see the discussions that will go on today and tomorrow. Will the Russia issue really take over a lot of the discussions or not, with Putin not being there? But I would say that the agenda is set and the meeting should go as planned.
Yeah, but even before Putin attendance were still uncertain, people and experts have been discussing that there will not be a joint communique at this G20 summit this year. But do you think presenting joint communique has apparently been a tradition throughout the organizations of the G20 summits? And you said that also it is unlikely that the summit will produce such joint communique this year. How is it so? And how important that is, if there's no joint communique later?
Okay, I mean, it's common practice, right? In international forums, international meetings. Then after dialogue and negotiations, that they produce a joint communique based on the agreements made throughout the negotiations. So it's seen as a common practice, and I think for the longest time, it's also seen as an indicator of a successful meeting. But then we have to look back into this year's summit and how Indonesia's G20 presidency has not been business as usual. I mean, it has not, right? With so many issues having a big impact on the process of the meetings, and we see that how at the ministerial level, no joint communiques were produced. So that's why I said it's very unlikely that at the leaders' meeting, at the leaders' summit, any joint communique would be produced. But I think to be fair to the host and to be fair to the president this year, we need to look back again and see how this has not been a business as usual G20, and that the production of a joint communique should not be seen as the sole indicator of a successful summit.
Okay.
Right. And another head of states is arriving at the Aperva Kempinski. If you look at the live pictures we're bringing in at the moment, and we look forward to the time of arrival of our next. We believe that this is the time for the heads of states to arrive, and that is the flag of France, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if meaning that Emmanuel Macron will be exiting the car in just a few moments. Oh, it is not. So it is still a representative of an organizations hailing from France. Right. On that note, Fifi, I'd like to also get your take on, because you mentioned the fact that the affairs throughout the year has not been business as usual. Same thing was also uttered by many of our delegates. A lot of interventions from the participating countries throughout the meetings have been started with, this is not the G20's business as usual. We're not in the time where the G20 deliberations are usually taking place in regard to the current and ongoing conflict. And at some point after the meeting of President Joko Widodo, we call it the peace mission to Ukraine and to Russia. At some points, there were confirmations of attendance a couple of times before it was canceled, and then it was confirmed again, even said by our very own president that Putin will be here. But then at the last days prior to the summit, it is confirmed that he will not. Why do you think is the changes of minds here on behalf of Putin, on the part of Putin?
Well, a leader's attendance is usually always confirmed at last minute, usually for security reasons, of course. You know, he can't share his travel details and so on. So I think from, I can't speak from the point of view of the Russian government, of course, but I think from their point of view that they're waiting and see how the conflict develops in Ukraine, the domestic pressures, the domestic interests as well. So a lot of factors play into whether or not he was coming, and not just simply because of G20 itself. So there could be a lot of factors influencing his decision, but I do think that it was done last minute, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And-
please, Aisha.
And Indonesia has put like a lot of efforts to bring like the two leaders together, both Putin and also Zelensky, here at the G20 summit. But at the last minute, as you said, the leaders can just confirmed without any explanation or reason, to be exact. And it's stated that Putin is not coming because of domestic problems. Can you, maybe from your point of view, what kind of domestic problem that is actually there?
Yeah, are you asking if Russia is actually in turmoil at the moment?
No, but I mean that's an excuse given, right? Same thing if our president cancels, that must be an excuse given. Doesn't mean it's the sole factor. I don't think it's the sole factor. There could be a combination of different factors. We're seeing how the Russian troops are having setbacks in Ukraine as well, so that could be a factor. As well, there could be security reasons that we don't know of. So that could be another factor. So I don't think we can ever know for sure how the exact reasons why Putin is not coming. But I think what we need to be concerned about is more on how the Russia-Ukraine issue would be discussed at the summit today and tomorrow, and whether or not it will derail some of the other topics that are planned in the agenda.
And whether or not our deliberations at the summit will also have a significant role in resolving the conflict too, because a lot of our own presidents say we have to stop the war. We're not taking side, but please stop the war. But the Western allies, they started with the condemnations after at each and every intervention. It started with condemnations, and that is also a particular point where communique is not achieved. The condemnations is not echoed by everyone, because not only Indonesia, China, for example, a close ally of Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, India, for example, they're not also taking sides. Do you think that this will bring a more palpable division line among the G20 member states? It's been obvious and palpable throughout the working groups, engagement groups meetings. Will it be the case for the summit too?
Sure. I mean, I, for one, would tend to be very careful into labeling the summit with such great expectation as of resolving conflicts and so on, because it's not what it's for. I mean, G20 is a forum for discussing financial issues. It was created out of a financial crisis and to prevent future crises. Putting another extra burden on G20 to resolve such a huge conflict, exactly. I think it's overstretching it to a great degree.
Right.
Yeah.
Before we continue on that note, Ms. Vivi, we are looking at pictures of the arrival of European Union at the Aperva Kempinski. We're either going to see Ursula von der Leyen, the president of European Commissions, or Michel, the presidents of European Commission Council, arriving very, very soon at the Aperva Kempinski here in Nusa Dua, Bali, Indonesia, where the G20 Leaders Summit is scheduled to take place in just a few minutes. The first working session is scheduled in less than 20 minutes from now, and heads of states from the G20 member states are started to arrive. Earlier, we've seen Mark Rutte from the Netherlands. Yes, there she is, Ursula von der Leyen, president of the European Union Commissions, the EU Commissions. Looking very fresh, very bright in, I don't know the name of that color.
Tangerine.
Is that peach? That's tangerine.
Yes.
I suppose you know better than me. Right.
And the president of the EU Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, was greeted personally by the Bali governor when she arrived at the Ngurah Rai International Airport.
And now he'll be greeted at the venue of the summit by the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo. So how essential do you think EU will play a role in the discussions? Because EU represents, if I'm not mistaken, 27 countries, and they are strong economies as well in Europe.
I mean, EU would have huge interest in the G20 summit this year because they're going through some rough patches with regards to their economy and energy crisis, right? So they actually have quite a huge stake in whatever the result of the G20 is. They would they would be the one to voice concerns about Ukraine for sure, and they would voice their concern about ending the conflict because they would want the economy to go back to normal as soon as possible, and especially when it comes to energy prices.
And the EU also, Ursula von der Leyen, met with President Joko Widodo for a meeting just a few days ago, and they discussed about the investment plan for Indonesia. What's your take on that?
Indonesia has been for the longest time, I think President Joko Widodo has been trying to get as many investment from various countries as possible. And I view that as a very positive thing because having a diverse sources of investment countries could only mean good for Indonesia because then we're not dependent on a few countries for our development. So if the EU pledges a certain amount of investment, I think that's a positive news for Indonesia.
Yeah, when we talk about investments, yesterday also President Joe Biden has confirmed that today he will unveil a 700 billion investments in Indonesia in regard to climate change. Probably something related to, I don't know, electric vehicles, but we'll look forward to that because he said something about energy transition and something about transformation. So not very precise on what it will be, but we look forward to it to be very exciting. So when we talk about investments, this is a perfect platform for all these heads of states to sort of finalize those investment plans, VP. And you mentioned, you touched on the rough patches that European Union is currently, the countries within it are currently facing. Are you referring to the global and looming also recessions? And some countries have admitted that they are in the thick of it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, some countries are, in terms of their economy, are actually not they were already having problems due to pandemic, of course, right? With the economic recovery, some are moving faster than the others. But with the war in Ukraine, the increase of energy prices have then,
Yes.
have had a huge impact on their economy as well.
Yeah.
Some countries are very concerned about this winter because, they require a lot of energy for heating and so on. And some are still in limbo with regards to where their energy would come from. So, and I think this plays into a great deal in how they view G20 and some of the discussions that will be done.
Right. Just arriving now, the presidents of European Union Council or EU Council, Charles Michel. So they have, European Union, they have a commission and council, FIFA. They each have a separate presidents, one for council and one for commissions. Can you enlighten us on the roles of each of these entities?
I think some other experts might be best
but
at
more-
to explain. To explain this
But
to you.
from-
But I think the whole system in Europe is quite complex, right? So there's the union, there's the commission, and there's the council, of course.
Yeah.
So it's an effort. You can see how regionalism at its most complex has become, and Europe, I think, is the example for it. I mean, if you compare to us in Southeast Asia with ASEAN, was very far off compared to how the whole organization of the European Union is formed. Yeah.
Right. Charles Michel's just greeted our presidents and a very quick moment of group photo. What a moment there to witness. This is it. Indonesia is hosting the G20 Leaders Summit this year. One by one, our heads of states are arriving and completing the list. I can only imagine the level of tensions on the ground at the moment as our heads of states are approaching. Oh, this is it. We've touched on this earlier.
Okay.
The flag of the United Kingdom. I don't know. I don't remember if it's me or Aisha was saying that Rishi Sunak will be exiting the car. I think it was me. So.
It was you. It was you. And now I'm
Right.
more nervous than you.
Let's talk about the dynamics in the UK at the moment, Fifi, if you
Sure.
can
Yeah.
enlighten us, because this is also a historic, the past couple of months in the UK, electing, they had three different prime ministers in the such a short span of amount of time. What's currently the UK is feeling in terms of G20 participations of Rishi Sunak, which is less than a month?
Of course.
elected.
Yeah. I mean, if you ask the public in UK, they probably care less about the G20 compared to their own
They have
domestic
a lot,
politics, right?
yeah,
So
on
this is,
their
I think,
hands.
Rishi Sunak's first long overseas travel.
Yeah.
And I think he's very much looking forward to meeting all the other leaders here.
Yeah. Well, there he is.
There
His
he
Excellency
is.
Rishi Sunak, who just actually also attended the COP27, the climate change affairs by the UNFCCC, the United Nations, in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt.
Yeah, as Ms. Fifi just mentioned, that maybe the British people doesn't really care about G20, but they do care about the elected Rishi Sunak, and they even have a nickname for him.
Oh,
It's called dishing.
dishing.
Yes, it's
Where did that come from?
a very intriguing dish of Rishi,
Oh,
like
okay.
that.
Because from what we hear from our fellow Britons is that there have been a massive sigh of relief with the resignations of Liz Truss.
Truss, yep.
Yeah, I for one was actually commended her because, well, there you go, another female leader for the UK. And prior to that, Miss May, Theresa May, was also making such a huge impact. And we had the Iron Lady prior to that, so completing the rosters. However, the economic decisions and policies have been disputed and have sort of backfired for the UK. And what do you think Rishi Sunak will do in terms of turn the table around?
Well, he has a long list of homework. I don't think any of the other leaders envy him.
That's a very good way of saying that. Yeah. Wouldn't take your position anytime soon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the economy is a lot of economists have called it a state of mess, I think, with the inflation and so on. And he does have a lot of homework.
Right, another dashing prime ministers.
Yeah.
They're all getting younger and younger, if I may say. Completing the rest of our arrivals is Mr. Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada,
who also gave a remarks last night on the B20 summit.
He did. Yeah. And Canada has also been a long and very sustained partners of Indonesia. How do you describe Indonesia and Canada's relations very quickly, Fifi?
I mean, it's interesting. There's a lot of potential, of course, a lot of common interests, and I do think there's a lot more issues that can be tackled in the bilateral relations than the fact that than those that we already have at the moment.
Yeah. And Canada has also been a strong party voicing their condemnation of the war and taking a firm stance within the Western Alliance. Oh, very big and bright smiles from Mr. Justin Trudeau. He looked very happy meeting President Joko Widodo, so that's a good thing. And we believe this is Prime Minister Fumio Kishida of Japan. Yeah, arriving at the red carpet. So they're all coming and just things have been rolling. So we didn't even get to see the car approaching and the lobby. So completing the list of arrivals. 8 minutes towards the first working sessions of the G20 Leaders Summit. It's quite a walk from the time they exit the car towards towards the spot where they are greeted by the presidents of the Republic of Indonesia. And this is also in light of the past shooting of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, where our very own Vice President Ma'ruf Amin was in Japan to witness the state funeral of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe.
And the relation between Indonesia and Japan, especially in the tourism sector, now is increasing pretty rapidly because so many Indonesians have been waiting to go back to Japan, and since the no visa policy is out there and being legalized by the Japanese government,
right
now it can boost up the tourism for Japan from Indonesia.
So there you have it, President of Senegal. Okay. President Macky Sall. So Senegal is not exactly a member state of the G20, right, Fifi? Another invited and observing countries arriving. Okay, let's go a little bit deeper on the topic of our presidency this year. We touched on the possibilities of not being able of producing joint communique, Fifi, which is considered as a collective effort for problem solving and resolution making of the G20. So do you think the absence of some of these members, the notable members, Russia and also Mexico and Brazil, will affect the decision-making, the communique process within the Leaders Summit? And what's the binding power there?
In terms of it complicating things up, I don't think so. I mean, my assessment of the unlikeliness, I could be wrong, but my assessment of unlikeliness of a joint communique is based on the previous ministerial meetings at the ministerial level who are unable to produce a joint communique. So usually joint communique at the summit level would be based on the results of the ministerial meetings.
All right, before continuing further on that, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is here from Australia.
He stated on his remarks last night on the B20 closing ceremony that he expects to have a stronger relations with Indonesia, because we all know that Indonesia and Australia have a very, very strong relationships between those countries. And could you also put your personal insight on that matter?
Sure. I mean, Australia is one of our closest neighbors, right?
Yeah.
And relation with our closest neighbors would be, of course, the most important ones from our perspective. And we have had some difficult moments with regards to our bilateral relations with Australia. But since Albanese, his policies have been quite positive towards Southeast Asia as a whole, towards ASEAN and building relations with countries in Southeast Asia. So I'm only looking at a very bright future in terms of bilateral relations.
Right.
If they don't change the prime minister again.
Okay. It's been very well received by the people.
It has, yeah.
Well, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is walking down the red carpet next to the very formal receptions of our soldiers in stands and walking up the line of flags representing member states of the G20 and also the invited organizations, countries, and institutions on his way to be greeted by President Joko Widodo. So, succeeding Angela Merkel, Mr. Olaf Scholz has also been very prominent in voicing directions of Germany ahead. How do you think the relations between the two countries, very quickly, Fifi?
Indonesia, Germany?
Indonesia and Germany.
Of course. What's interesting about Indonesia, Germany, I mean, it's the bilateral relations itself is important, but also Indonesia is seen as the leader of ASEAN, while Germany is seen as the leader of the European
G7.
Union, at the European Union and G7.
And G7.
So it's seen as it's not only a bilateral country-to-country relations, but also region-to-region relations. So I think in a lot of ways it's very strategic, and again, a lot of potentials to be developed from our current state of relations.
And right, we believe pulling in the driveway is the entourage from Argentina. We expect the presidents of Argentina to arrive very soon. And it's great that you mentioned, Fifi, that Indonesia and Germany are the very few countries in the world holding a lot of chairmanships now and in the next year as well. So how do you think us as hosts, as chairmen of these significant entities will drive discussions towards solving world's problems?
Towards solving world's problems is
that's a very
exactly
huge undertaking.
But yeah, I do think that both countries have also tried to look for ways to cooperate even more. So, I mean, I'm from the academic sector, right? So my institution is host of the T20, where our counterpart is in Germany is also the host of the T7. So the cooperation between the think tanks have also been very successful as well.
All right. So just to give you a glimpse now, more live pictures coming in from the red carpet of Apurva Kempinski here in Nusa Dua, Bali. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres arrived as well. You witnessed his arrival also last night.
No, I witnessed.
From your observation, what transpired at the arrival?
I witnessed his press conference. He gave a press conference of a short one, but is very meaningful. Of course, he mentioned about the Russian-Ukraine issues that will be put on the table on the summit. But hopefully, like he has a wish that this G20 summit, and also he thanked Indonesia to hosting such a successful presidency this year.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the assistant to Secretary General, Ms. Samba, stopped by our studio just a couple of days ago. We had the opportunity to speak live to her just right here on behalf of Mr. Antonio Guterres, who hasn't arrived at that time. And she mentioned a lot about the future projects, the future attentions, echoing what Mr. Guterres said, attentions towards resolving conflicts in Ukraine, bringing a more prosperous global communities, and also attentions to bringing the world together in terms of strengthening multilateralisms and overcoming all the diversity, all the adversities in the globe.
Yes, he also
Just
mentioned about the economic resilience.
economic alliance,
Yeah.
right? Just pulling in the driveway now, the car from Turkey. We believe President Recep Erdogan will be exiting
Yes.
the car momentarily. So yesterday during the one-on-one of President Erdogan with President Joko Widodo, Fifi, there was an utterance of condolences from our president in regard to the recent bombing in Taksim Square, Istiklal Street in Istanbul. So what's your take on the relations between the two nations? Turkey has just lifted the visa requirements, meaning that we've started to trust each other more, right? So, all right. So that was the flag of Turkey. But however, yes, there he is, exiting the car. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan approaching the red carpet. So how do you describe the two countries' relations, Fifi?
It's been quite interesting. I mean, on the one hand, you don't really hear a lot about bilateral relations, Indonesia, Turkey, right?
Yeah.
While, a common sense would suggest that there should be a very advanced bilateral relations because there's common interests in terms of, a lot of issues in trade and so on. But I do think, we're still missing out a lot.
Yeah. But Turkey has been playing such a pivotal role in brokering peace between Russia and Ukraine, particularly working with the United Nations in providing humanitarian corridors and providing at the Black Sea, in the Black Sea, providing opportunities for commodities, for produce to pass, meaning that this is such a major effort on behalf of Turkey to sort of resolve the food and energy crisis hitting the world at the moment. So how do you see this particular role will be brought over to the table by President Erdogan at the Leaders Summit, Fifi?
Yeah, I think, in this regard, Turkey has a very strategic position as well. I mean, it has very good relations with Russia.
Yeah.
So there's the trust there for Turkey to play a big role in terms of managing some of the crisis created by the conflict itself.
Yeah.
So something that a lot of the other countries don't have, this kind of relations with Russia and also relations with Ukraine.
Yeah.
So they are in a very strategic position, and they should be able to continue to push the issue forward.
Right.
Yeah.
So something we look forward to. What's interesting is that the way President Erdogan was walking, was strutting the red carpet, he really took his time. He was just enjoying it. He didn't rush. And I think this was the longest walk of a head of state at the red carpet of the G20 Leaders Summit. It's exciting to see. It's like, I'm in Bali, I'm taking my time, even though this is Leaders Summit.
And President Erdogan also has met with President Jokowi last night. And then they said that there should be a concrete cooperation between Turkey and also Indonesia, especially to speed up negotiations on their Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, or CEPA, which include a major trade deal. So it can be completed soon, and we hope that it will be completed during the summit.
Right. South African president is arriving now. Cyril Ramaphosa, another notable member of the G20, because they will be assuming the presidency 3 years from now. Right after this is India, and then Brazil, and then South Africa. So all of these four developing economies, vibrant countries, colorful nations are taking over the presidencies. What's your take on these developing economies leading the discussions, Fifi?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the highlights when Indonesia first started the presidency, right? That this would be the start of a series of developing countries, with the expectation that now the developing countries actually have a real voice into how the new global governance should be done through the G20.
Yeah.
Again, like you rightly said, a lot of expectations in that way, and I do think that Indonesia has made the effort to promote and insert a lot of the voices of the developing countries, so that the interests of the developed nations are not the only ones taken into account in G20.
Yeah.
So and I do think that the next chairs of G20 would carry on the effort.
Right.
Right, and I think,
yeah.
and I think it's very good that Indonesia is hosting the G20 presidency this year with the proven data of how the economic growth of Indonesia as the developing country itself.
Yes, absolutely. So it's a huge opportunity, which I think definitely should be carried out in future years as well.
However, Fifi, South Africa is one of the countries, one of the member states of the G20, who is not taking sides. Also stating their non-alliance stance at many meetings, which we believe something that will be carried over also by the presidents. But in light of that, let's just see the arrival of President of the Republic of Korea, Yoon Suk Yeol, and we believe the K-pop fans across the countries are cheering now. It's their presidents in their own sense. So President Yoon Suk Yeol arriving here at the red carpets of the Leaders Summit of G20 at the Aperva Kempinski, Nusa Dua, Bali, shaking hands with the presidents of the Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo. That was quite a brief moments of the Korean president's arrival. If you can give us a quick insights on the bilaterals between the two nations, Fifi.
Oh, with Korea, absolutely. I mean, it's one of Indonesia's most important partner, both in terms of economy and also on a lot of other issues as well. It's an important dialogue partner for ASEAN. So so the relations that Indonesia tries to promote with Korea is both at the bilateral level and also at the regional level, at the ASEAN level. And it has been very supportive in terms of Indonesia's effort to promote ASEAN and ASEAN centrality, and also for Indonesia to play even a bigger role both in Southeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific. South Korea is actually going to introduce a new Indo-Pacific strategy, which would outline also their interest in Southeast Asia, and also with their future cooperation with countries like Indonesia. So we should really looking forward to that.
Do you think that these issues will be put to the table should there be a one-on-one bilateral meetings between President Joko Widodo and President Yoon Suk Yeol? Because as we're aware that President Joko Widodo has accepted the chairmanship of ASEAN in Phnom Penh just a couple of days ago, meaning that as one of the notable partners, ASEAN plus South Korea, there will be a conversation on that, we believe.
Absolutely. And also, let's not forget, next year is the 50th anniversary of the bilateral relations, Indonesia and Korea. So a lot of issues are planned and to be promoted.
All right, Miss Fifi, we know that you are pressed for time. So you have 1,000,001 things to take care of and to attend. But we look forward to see you later on our program, just to get your first-hand account of what has unfolded here at the G20 Leaders Summit. In the meantime, on behalf of me, Aisha, and our crew here, we really thank you for your insights and your time here for our program. Safia Muhibat from CSIS, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very
so
much. It feels like we're coming home too for
We'll be seeing you again very short. As a matter of fact, later on in the day, you'll be joining the third belt, we believe, to further dissect on what has transpired at the summit. Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much.
And we are still bringing you live pictures from the very venue of the G20 Leaders Summit taking place here in Nusa Dua, Bali, right there at the Aperva Kempinski. One by one, heads of states, presidents, prime ministers are arriving at Nusa Dua, Bali. And walking down the red carpet, President of Argentina, Alberto Angel Fernandez. And just moments before the time, he will be greeting the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo. Yeah, Argentina would be one of the few Latin America's representations here at the G20 table, because as we know, Brazil and Mexico, both of the respective presidents are not attending. So Argentina is one of the very few representations of South America here at the table of the G20 Leaders Summit in Nusa Dua, Bali. Just steps away before the president of Argentina, Alberto Angel Fernandez, greeting the president of Indonesia, Joko Widodo. Shaking hands now. This is the very tradition of receptions and welcoming heads of states, presidents, and prime ministers here at the G20. Bright smiles there, happy faces of the two presidents. And as we look, Aisha, for more states of guests arriving here at the G20 Leaders Summit in Nusa Dua, Bali, we are extremely delighted and honored at the same time to be joined.
To welcome our next guest here.
Exactly. We are here with the Excellency Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Budi Gunadi Sadikin. Mr. Minister, thank you very much.
For your time and being with us this morning. So how are you?
Healthy.
Oh, okay.
That is a very good start.
Yeah.
Hopefully it continues with happy, because those two things just complete each other.
And with wealthy.
And wealthy.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So double H and a W. Okay, I'd like to just dive into our topics conversations, Your Excellency Minister, is that health have been one of the core and central theme proposed by Indonesia through the global health architecture.
Yep.
So at this point, after the entire year of meetings and deliberations, how have you viewed our achievement in terms of discussions in the global health architectures here in the G20 under our presidency?
One of the main components in the reform in global health architecture that Indonesia presidency is promoting is the establishment of the pandemic fund that was announced 2 days ago with Ibu Sri Mulyani and me.
Yeah.
So just to give you the context, if you remember back in 1944, in the aftermath of World War II, global leaders sit together in Bretton Woods, United States, in the spirit of teamwork and solidarity. They established two global financial institutions called the IMF and the World Bank that play a major role in global finance architecture that turns off the devastations of the war on the financial and economic side, but also protect the world for the future global financial crisis. We learn from history and we realize that in global health architecture, we don't have such strong organizations or pillars. So history repeats itself, and now history in the making. In 2022, in Nusa Dua, Bali, Indonesia, again, global leaders sit together in the spirit of teamwork and solidarity, and they established this global pandemic fund, which I believe will become one of the major pillars in global health architecture that will not only protect us for this pandemic, but also protect the world citizen, and protect our next generations, the future global health crises.
Right. Yeah. As we hosting and preparing the Indonesia G20 presidency, it's been 1 year with like ups and downs of the health situation that we have in Indonesia as well as globally. So how Indonesia tackle these challenges and situation to finally host the G20 summit?
Reform of the global health architecture is one of the three main agenda of Indonesia presidency. So, and Pak Jokowi want to have a very concrete, deliverables. So we proposed to Pak Jokowi at that time 5 key deliverables. The first one is the establishment of this fund. It is
the
basically
global pandemic fund.
Global pandemic fund. It is the sources of fund to protect especially the poor country and lower middle income country if another pandemic happens. The second deliverables is the establishment of formal mechanism how to use this fund. Because if you have global financial crisis, I'm 30 years as a banker, so you give any country money. If you have problem, IMF can jump in weeks and give money and solve the issues. But in health, we do have money. Sometimes we don't have access to vaccine or therapeutics, medicine, etc. So there should be a mechanism, the uses of money, not the sources of money, but the uses of money. So what we have agreed on the second deliverables is we agree to use the previous mechanism. There is a global mechanism called the Access to COVID Tools Accelerator, Act A. The work between UNICEF, WHO, Global Fund, all the global health institutions. Now we formalize this because before it's very informal. The third deliverables is we realize when pandemic happened, it started with pathogen. Pathogen can be bacteria, can be virus or parasite appears in
the
any
culprit
country.
of it.
The culprit of it. So we need to be able to identify quickly and send it to the best lab, the best researcher to find the vaccine, medicine, and also diagnostic tool. We have to work together in a lab called a genomic sequencing lab. So the third deliverables, if we establish a formal network of this very technical genome sequencing lab globally, it's like we are interconnecting the radar system of every country in the world. If there is an alien would like to attack us and send,
it's like central
spaceships.
neurons where everything is connected and all the knowledge is shared.
And before usually people protect their defense systems, right? This is the defense system not against human. This is the defense system against pathogen. So that is the argument that we share. Hey, our enemy here is the same. It's not another human being. It's not another country. It is pathogen. So that's why we have to link our surveillance system, call it our radar system. It's easier to comprehend in defense for pathogen. So that is the third deliverables. The fourth deliverables, we standardize the global health protocol standard and we make it digitalized. Why? In every pandemic, the first and the only response to stop the spread of the virus is to do lockdown. Why? You lock down the people, you limit the movement of the people, you limit the movement of the virus. But when you limit or you stop the movement of people, you stop the movement and goods and services. You stop the economy. You create a social problem and then a political problem. So we understand next time we have pandemic, we cannot stop everyone. Essential people, the pilot, the ship's crew, they need to still be able to move around and carry emergency medical countermeasures. The last one that I would like to say, I know I'm coming up to the time. So we would like also to redistribute the global capabilities on research, development, and manufacture. It is too concentrated to the developed country to the north, but we need to bring it to the south countries, like in Africa, South Africa, in Asia, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, India, Indonesia, and in America is Argentina and Brazil.
Why? So these 5 key deliverables, as you mentioned, Your Excellency, will be covered within a certain frameworks, which will become the guidelines of nations across the globe to follow through should there be future pandemics. However, there's concern that out of the $10 billion US dollars targets, we've reached 1.4 now, and managed by Indonesia and Rwanda. So reverting back to the guidelines, how do we go about managing the fund and also achieving the 5 key deliverables that you've mentioned?
Okay. The gap is the total gap if we would like to upgrade all of the country globally to be ready for the pandemic. So first, there is an issue of timing. So you don't need to upgrade everything in 6 months or 12 months. Second, it is the total amount of money. Usually what happens when you establish fund like this for the first time, it will play a catalyst role. Catalyst is like the first down payment. And then any other bigger institution like the World Bank, like the IMF,
Yeah.
or a big country can top up on top of that with a different mode of contributions. Like example, if there is a pandemic, Ebola just came out in Africa, so this fund can give maybe 100 million US, but then the World Bank can top up with 1 billion. IMF maybe can help with other things. So there is a mechanism as the catalyst, as a down payment, where any other country and global institution can put on top of that fund. And again, it doesn't have to be this year. The pandemic maybe will happen 10 years. Historically, it's 100 years, big pandemic like this. So then we can gradually grow the size of the fund.
Okay, so you think that the fund will be sustainable, and it should be.
It should be.
It should be sustainable because we don't know, as you mentioned before, it's the matter of timing. We don't expect that if there will be another pandemic, that it could be it's in just a matter of time.
Historically,
Yeah,
there
historically.
always be pandemic.
But history tends to repeat itself.
Historically,
Just the
but
cycle.
cycle is long,
Yeah.
very long. The big pandemic, you're talking about hundreds of years.
And we are only growing from here on out.
Yeah.
I mean, this is it, the moment, and then we've gained the momentum towards the time should it ever occur again.
Yeah.
By the way, this 2022, there is a small pandemic outbreak, we call it. One is the monkeypox,
Yes.
and the other one is Ebola in Rwanda.
Yeah.
So there are two small case outbreak or small pandemic. You call it.
Yeah.
And we also spoke to an analyst a couple of days ago, Your Excellency, mentioning that, okay, we're overcoming the COVID-19 pandemic now, and we've been touched also by the issues of the monkeypox, but also, and the Ebola, as you mentioned, but also there's a concern on the rising numbers of mental health problems, which has also become, and it's gained traction and attention globally too. So should that be considered as something that we need to pay attention to in the future, Your Excellency?
When you say mental health is a problem, it's a health problem globally, but it is not an infectious diseases.
Okay,
Yes.
it's not going to be. It's never going to be a pandemic.
It will not be a pandemic. This pandemic is caused
It has to have a pathogen, as you said.
Pathogen.
and the pathogen can spread all over to other human beings.
Yeah, but
All right.
sadly, if we're talking about because we're still on this topic, like the mental health issues has been widely being discussed globally, and it's become a trend to be per se, and it is sort of like infectious between one another because everyone is now been talking about it, like how important mental health is, but at the same time it creates more awareness, people more aware about mental health issues.
right.
Do you have any take on that?
For me, mental health issue, become very, very big globally, because people think before mental health is like schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is like you're
There's
Yeah.
really personality.
Yeah.
But anxiety is also depression.
Yeah.
Is a mental health issue. People like you, young, under pressure of your peer, you have to do something. You want to be rich. You set expectation too high. That is a mental health.
Yeah.
Minister, you read us too well. I'd like to revert back to our topic of the pandemic, because we have to commend you. The entire nation commended you on your achievement and your leadership in overcoming such a time where we never thought we'd see in our generation, the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the greatest lessons that we've learned was that we get to vaccinate our people so fast. So I'd like to share your stories with our international audience out there. How did Indonesia's government, through your ministry, manage to get these distributions so fast, get our people at vaccinations, and just simply lower the number?
Yes, with Indonesian people help now, we have given more than 440 million jabs to 205 million Indonesian people in around 18 months. The reason why we can do it so fast, first, That is the first task given to me. The president was very, very clear to me. I'm an ex-CEO of a bank, and I said, "What are my jobs?"
Vaccinate.
Three things. The only three things. One, you vaccinate our people quickly. So very, very simple. You vaccinate all of our people quickly. Okay. Number two, you overcome the pandemic. You control the pandemic, so economic recovery can happen. Then, number three, third task is more difficult. Do the biggest ever reform in Indonesian healthcare sector. So these three. So of course, the number one is to execute the vaccination. So I'm doing it, and I said to the president, Mr. President, this is my recipes. This thing is so big that I can do this individually. I have to do this together.
Collective effort.
Number two, it cannot be exclusive. It has to be very inclusive. And the approach that we use, number three, cannot be a program-based approach. Government institutions love to create programs, but program is one direction. It's our program. It's owned by me. We have to change the approach from program to movement. Movement, it is ours. It is our idea. When we achieve it, it benefits you also. And it is your achievement. It's not only my achievement. So that is the key fundamental success, why it happens. If you see this, why it's successful, because it is not the job of the Minister of Health anymore. You know, all governors want to looks good, right? All the mayors, all the alumni, all the TV owner, all the conglomerate. And
they want to
the
take
police,
part in that. So
the police, the
invite
army,
your communities.
the alumni of school, you know, the churches, the mosques, they want to do it. So my job is actually just come like here, get interviewed, taking some pictures, you know, and then move on, and everybody is doing the job for me. So that's why, you know, don't underestimate the social capital of Indonesia. They have a very strong internally social capital that they can use when we know how to unlock the social capital of our people.
But the minister, I mean, you yourself inspired change. You incited the movements and get the ball rolling. And the responses from our communities, as you said, up to the lowest level possible, invite people around you, your organizations, to take part in the efforts of vaccinations. However, not only Indonesia, probably not Indonesia, but a lot of global nations out there, at that particular time, certain particular time in the year of the pandemic, was facing difficulty of getting equal access to vaccines. So what was the story for Indonesia, your minister, in terms of having equitable access to vaccines and having it distributed to our people on time? Because it's a sensitive matter. It can only go away from the lab that long. So,
to be honest, at that time, Indonesia found it very difficult to access to vaccine. I was with the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises as a vice minister that responsible for the pharmaceuticals industry, the biopharma and the group Kimia Pharma, Indopharma, and also the hospitals groups. So I was asked by Pak Erick to look for this vaccine. So I found it extremely difficult. The only country that would like to open the door for us is the Chinese manufacturer.
Sinovac.
So we went to China. So I'm a very practical person, went to China, get it done with the help of CEO of Biopharma. And then when we signed the contract, every other companies look, oh, this Indonesian is serious.
That was fast.
That was fast.
That was fast.
And they have a very large population. That can be very good business too. So they start coming in. So it is actually, it's very difficult to come first. And then after that, we sign with Sinovac. And then other people see that, hey, this guy is really serious. And then they start coming in. And we are lucky. Why? Because when they started to come, they already have the deal with other developed countries. So we can negotiate for a better price. And during the period, the first 6 months, it's very difficult to get the vaccine, only Sinovac. And although we get the agreement with these private sector companies, the schedule is a little bit late. We are lucky because we start actively engaging international organizations. So I met with the CEO of Gavi, I met with the CEO of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations, WHO, the relationship is close.
To expedite the process.
No.
To accelerate it.
But we got the free vaccine.
Oh.
So because the world is connecting and they want to prove that this mechanism, the accelerator that I mentioned to you is working, so they would like to see a country that can receive the vaccine and execute. First, they send it to Africa, but they're very slow to execute.
Exactly.
They send it to Indonesia, 10 million, we execute 2 million per day for jabs.
Yeah.
So we said, we finished in
Yeah.
5 days.
Yeah.
We finished in 5 days. So can you send more? So we get more vaccine.
More than have to send more.
Not many people understand that I receive a budget, I think more than 10 trillion from Ibu Sri Mulyani. I use it only 50% of it. I gave back to Ibu Sri Mulyani almost 50% because we got vaccine donation from other countries.
Wow. Yeah, it's amazing all the
More than 100
philanthropic
million.
movements.
Yeah.
More than 100 million. It is not publicly open, but
this is the first time I heard about philanthropic movements and support for our vaccine provision.
Yes.
It's amazing. Aisha.
Speaking of China, we just mentioned about the Sinovac vaccine came from China, and then here it is, President of China Xi Jinping
Arriving.
just arrived
Walking
at
down the red carpet.
venue.
we have to thank him as our
Yeah.
elder brother helping us with the vaccine.
Yeah, President of China Xi Jinping, as you see now, this is live pictures from the very venue of the Leaders Summit of G20 under Indonesia's presidency. He's walking down the red carpet now on his way to greet President of the Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo. As you can see there in the back, lineup, I should say, of flags representing member states and also invited organizations. Huge smile on the face of our president, Mr. Minister, greeting Mr. Xi Jinping, President of China. So what's the future in terms of health cooperations between Indonesia and China? We know that we've worked closely together for the vaccine provisions. Mr. Minister?
We just signed an agreement with the Ministry of Research and Technology of China for the biotechnology initiative,
Biotechnology initiatives.
including the genome sequence initiative, because we realized that the major killers is this bacteria.
Yeah. So we need to identify it as soon as possible.
We need to have the technology, how to be able to identify this quickly, how to develop a diagnostic tool, the testing tool to identify whether this pathogen has entered our body, like PCR or antigen test, and then develop a vaccine
To counter that.
and develop the medicine to counter that. And it is all biotechnology based. Like if you remember the name Kimia Pharma?
Yeah,
All the medicine, all the pharmacy before is made from chemicals. Now the trend is, in terms of value, more than 50% of global medicine came from biologics. You remember biopharma. So before, during Suharto time, they're very, very great. They already said, there is a pharmacy made from chemistry and a pharmacy made from bio. So now the trend is everything is bio-based, biotechnology.
So the biotechnology cooperation with China, as you mentioned, will we develop our headquarters or the labs here in the country?
Yes. And I said Indonesia is blessed by God because in biology you believe that God creates us and we have something in our body or in nature that can cure any diseases. So what happened is we just have to be able to identify how this biologic works, and that is biotechnology. And it really depends on the type of the people, because people can have different races, different gene.
They respond
differently.
Yeah.
So the medicine in the future will be very, very precise and very, very personalized. And Indonesia is blessed by God, because we have a very rich biodiversity and genomic variety. So like example, poisonous snake. In Australia, they only have 100. Asia, around 150. Indonesia, we have more than 200. So many people said, that's dangerous because the snakes will kill you. But in terms of biodiversity or genomic variety, that is gold for us, because we can use that information to develop a cure in the future for our people. And many people don't recall that we have a Weber line and Wallace line. If you remember during high school, to the west of the Weber line is Asian races, Asian animals, Asian plantations. To the east of Wales is Australian races, plantation and animals, and we have something mixed in the middle.
Yeah.
The Anoa, the Komodo, Sulawesi,
That
the
combines all of
Isu
these men
That
together
combine
within
is
these
these races, plantation, animals. So we have a very rich variety of biodiversity and genomic.
And that's exactly where the strength lies.
Yes,
is where the strength
So
lies.
are you saying also that we should not be afraid? Maybe we should be aware, but not get too paranoid of the subvariants that are still also being
Continue to emerge.
Continue to emerge, and but since we have now the pandemic fund as well as the biotechnology for the health system, like how do you think that we as the public should be aware and tackle the challenges on this health sector?
Health. I give you some very easy advice. You have to be healthy. Don't be sick. So that is the reason the name of our ministry is Ministry of Health, not Ministry of Sickness. I'm very surprised when I enter this job. 80% of my budget, 80% of my time is managing sick people. So hospital, cancer disease, how to treat heart disease.
It's not the anticipative, but more on the treatment.
It is very reactive. Reactive is bloody expensive, and it's also quality of life is extremely ugly. If you have seen somebody that have dialysis, cuci darah, they have to stay like 3 days, 4 days in the hospital for 5 hours, 6 hours.
Not to mention the cost to our...
Not to mention the cost and the cost to the family. They don't have life. So the job is, we don't be like that by controlling your blood glucose level, sugar level. Because if you have a bad sugar level, diabetes, then if you don't control your diabetes in 5 years, definitely you will go into that direction. And diabetes in Indonesia is going like this.
It's going
because
up.
Indonesian people drink sugar. So for me,
exactly.
stay healthy. And stay healthy, only two things. You control what you eat. And
Control
you
what you
exercise regularly. How do you control what you eat? Just make sure your BMI level is below 24. It's not physical, it's health. And your waist size is for men,
That's
it's below 90
physical
centimeters. For
transformation.
women, it's below
Can be
80
observed.
centimeters. If we look around and you see, people, Indonesian,
Starting to
usually
balloon up.
they balloon up, then that means that they are not healthy.
Right.
Potential diseases.
Right.
And then
the second step is to
the second
to exercise more.
Exercise 30 minutes a day minimum. 30 minutes a day, 5 days in a week. That is WHO standard. You can cycle, you can walk, you can run, but you must 30 minutes a day, 5 days in a week. And then you control. So this is what you have to do.
Regular
Control your eat
checkup.
and review.
Just to make sure that everything
just three
is in order.
You control your hypertension, so you don't get stroke. You control your cholesterol level,
What's your cholesterol level?
LDL below 130, and you control your glucose level.
All right.
Sugar level is below 200 if you are not fasting. Because if you control these three, the chance for you to get sick, and the biggest killer in Indonesia is heart attack, stroke,
Right.
and diabetes.
Right. Take notes on that, people. We know exactly how busy you are, Your Excellency, Health Minister. However, in the last minutes of our conversations, I'd like to get your insights on what can we expect health-wise from the Leaders Summit of the G20. We know it's one of the main pillars. The Leaders Summits will transpire today. Health-wise, what sort of agreements do we expect from all of these head of states to come up with?
G20, you need to have 100% consensus to get things done, because it is not a formal organization where there is voting right. Health is one component of it, and we have proved that Indonesian leadership get one thing done, which is the pandemic fund. So many people said, "Oh, we cannot get the declaration, we cannot get
The communique.
communicate." But the reality in health,
we signed on that.
we have established this 1.4 billion, and compared with other G20 sessions, it is the most difficult one because of the issue of geopolitics. Then transfer to the issue of the substantive. So economic, health, digital, energy. So we got agreement on this substance, but because we don't agree on the geopolitical side, that it makes this achievement cannot be executed.
Things fall apart.
But in health, we get things done.
Wow.
All right. Well, it has been eye-opening and such a pleasure conversing with you, Your Excellency. But unfortunately, this is the end of our time with you for this dialogue. On behalf of all of us here, we'd like to express our deepest gratitude for your time and your insights.
Yes.
Health Minister of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Budi Gunadi Sadikin. Thank you very much,
So thank
sir.
you once again, His Excellency Mr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin. Stay healthy,
Yeah.
please.
And remember, I'm a banker for 30 years. You know what I would like to share with you?
Yeah.
Bankers, we deal with wealth.
Yeah.
Health minister deal with health. 30 years versus 1 year and 10 months in health, I realized that the best wealth is health.
All right.
So stay healthy.
I will always remember the first
Yeah.
sentence that you said: healthy, happy, and wealthy.
Yes.
Thank you very Thank you very much, Your
Thank you very
Excellencies.
much.
And we're still gonna continue with our conversation here on Hello Today, as we expect more live pictures coming in from Apurva Kempinski at the Leaders Summit. Again, we have to thank Minister of Health, Budi Gunadi Sadikin, for the conversation. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's go head right back to the Apurva Kempinski. As you see there on our left, the live pictures from the side, where I believe the working session, the first part, is ongoing at the moment, because the arrival has come to a conclusion.
Yes.
Meaning that probably the press conference from the presidents of European Union Council will follow suit, and then the first working sessions. Right.
So today we begin the G20 summit under Indonesia presidency, and it will.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So before we bring you more live pictures from the G20 summits here in Nusa Dua, Bali, we'll take a quick short break right here on the Leaders Summit coverage on TV Our World. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. From Indonesia for a better world.
As the world's economy is still strongly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia, holding the 2022 G20 presidency, encourages world countries to work together to achieve a stronger and more sustainable world. Recover together, recover stronger.
The three main pillars of Indonesia's presidency for the G20 throughout 2022 are namely global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation, with the strategic goal to achieve a developed and a more prosperous global economy in the future.
Be the witness to a series of historical events across the nation.
As we present to you Indonesia's presidency leading to the G20 summit, only on
TV Our World. recover together, recover stronger.
You are currently looking at the live pictures of the inside of the meeting room where the G20 Leaders Summit under Indonesia's presidency will transpire. The first working session will begin in just a few moments. What a historical sight for Indonesia, for the country, for the G20. And joining us again for the conversation to dissect more on what to expect of the Leaders Summit. Here we are with Safia Muhibat from CSIS. Ms. Vivi, thank you again for joining us.
Yes, welcome back, Mbak Vivi.
Thank you.
Right, we've seen short glimpses of the ballroom, the inside of it.
Yeah.
I don't think we're allowed to look through the entire deliberations. The working sessions, we believe, will be in closed sessions. But from what we've seen at that very short visuals, how do you read the mood in the room?
Well, I think it's just simply looking at the pictures is really hard to read the mood. But I do think that the enthusiasm is there for the discussion to take place today and tomorrow, because there's a long list of issues to be discussed. You know, both those that have been put in the agenda since the early days of our presidency, and also those pressing issues that needs to be discussed as well. And I do think that as the whole Indonesia is eager to ensure that the agenda is all of the things in the agenda is discussed and hopefully to come to some sort of conclusion, even though it's going to be a very big challenge to come to an agreement to some of the issues.
Yeah.
I'm sure that you've done some observations and analysis of the past presidencies. I mean, each presidency tends to focus on the ongoing global issues, as is the case for Indonesia. So in retrospect to all of the previous presidencies and how things unfolded, what do we learn from those previous presidencies that will still be adopted within the current and ongoing summit here in Bali?
I mean, looking at the history of G20, it's actually been quite interesting to see how it has developed. I mean, when it was first established, we discussed how it was to respond to financial crisis, right? And so at the early years of G20, the issues discussed was quite specific, and the issues that was considered priorities were also quite specific. But I think as time moved on, each chair or each president of the G20 has added more and more issues to the discussion table, so that now we actually have a long list of issues discussed within the G20. If you look at all the engagement groups of all of the task force, there is a wide range of issues to be discussed, and I think this is going to be a challenge both to the current president and also the presidents for the next years of G20, how to tackle so many diverse issues within one forum and to make sure that all of them are discussed properly and can come to some sort of conclusion or an agreement in each of the issues discussed.
Yeah, and it's so many things happened within the year under Indonesia's preparation for the G20 presidency. Like, who knows that it will happen, the Ukraine-Russia invasion? That is still one of the main issue that impact, that have a very effect to other priority issues, to the pillars that maybe have been set before. So it happened like in the middle of our preparation during the summit. So what do you think of it?
I mean, this is something that was definitely unexpected, right? I mean, if you recall, actually Indonesia was supposed to chair G20 next year in 2023, but we swapped with India because next year we are supposed to chair ASEAN. So we didn't want to hold two chairmanships at the same time. So that's why we swapped with India. And at the time, it was considered a brilliant idea, right? I mean, how could Indonesia hold two chairmanships at the same time? But now I think we're starting to consider whether that was a good decision, because looking at the issues happening this year. But you're absolutely right.
A little bit easier to just do it next year.
Exactly. So but definitely Ukraine has derailed some of the agendas in. We saw how it derailed the agendas in ministerial meetings, and how coming to an agreement into creating a joint communique was very difficult, and we were not successful in a lot of the meetings at the ministerial level. So the hope is that we can't escape discussing Ukraine today and tomorrow. It's definitely going to be discussed, but our hope is that it won't take away the portion or the priority to some of the more pressing energy crisis and so on.
If you look back on dozens, if not hundreds of meetings that have taken place across the country throughout 2022, Ms. Fifi, a lot of these interventions coming from the delegates would be started with, this is not business as usual. We condemned the act of Russia towards Ukraine, particularly statements from the Western alliances. And at any time they would go into discussions or debates, there's always these sentences that come up as we bring the message from the capital, which is from the central governments of each respective country, meaning that the capital is now here. The top of the top, the crème de la crème is here. Will that be a repeated case, the same case for the leader summits? Because in retrospect to all of these meetings, message from the capital, now the capitals are here, it's just going to be exactly the same as predicted.
Yes, like I said, we can't escape the issue of Ukraine at the G20 summit. I mean, that's for sure. Some leaders have already made statements that they would bring the issues at the G20 summit. So that's something that has been planned even way before they were coming here. So there was this concern that some leaders are actually coming to Jakarta. Their first priority is not discussing the agenda of the G20, but actually voicing their concerns about Ukraine.
Yeah.
And I think if that's true, that's a bit sad looking at it from a chair perspective or from Indonesia's perspective that wants to achieve at least some success in terms of the substantive matters with regards to G20. And I think it's going to be a big challenge for the host to keep things in order in terms of seeing the agenda is run through properly.
Before we continue on with our conversations, Fifi, I'd like to bring up your attention to what's currently transpiring at the Apurva Kempinski here in Nusa Dua, Bali. As we see pulling down the driveway, we believe momentarily is the President of the United States, Joe Biden, exiting the beast, the so-called the safest car or vehicle in the whole wild world, which is also echoed by President of China, Xi Jinping, bringing Hong Chi, carrying him around in Bali. So we're looking at seconds of anticipations before President Joe Biden, the President of the United States, walking down the red carpet, moments of arrivals of the G20 Leaders Summit here in Nusa Dua, Bali, Indonesia. All eyes are currently on Indonesia, particularly to Nusa Dua, Bali. The back door rather, of the beast has been opened. There you have it. The President of the United States of America, Joe Biden, walking down the red carpet with the entire entourage behind him on his way to greet the President of the Republic of Indonesia. So let's talk about the structural constellations and the influence of the United States leading all the Western alliances. Previously, we've seen Justin Trudeau arrive in, Rishi Sunak, and Emmanuel Macron, and all these Western alliances led by Joe Biden. Ms. Fifi, how do you think he will assert his influence within the Western alliance and the narrative that they will propose to the table?
Well, G7 has had very strong influence at the G20. And I think this is something that we discussed earlier, how to balance the interests of the G7 countries and the interests of the developing nations of the G20. And Indonesia's presidency this year was seen as the start of this, series of developing countries chairing G20 with the hope to balance the interests of the developed nations of G7. Yeah. So, and I'm pretty sure that the U.S. with the rest of the other developed countries would definitely put their interest on the table, and we'll see how we can balance that.
Yeah.
Talking about echoing what you said, the interest of the developed nations, including the U.S. and Indonesia. Yesterday, President Joe Biden said that today he will unveil the $700 billion investment from the U.S. in terms of energy transitions and digital transformation. So we look forward, during the course of the day to see exactly what he meant by that. But how do you illustrate the cooperations between Indonesia and the United States so far, and particularly the interest of Joe Biden with his Indo-Pacific strategies and the positions of Indonesia within these strategies?
Well, the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy, it's been interesting to see how it develops. When it was first introduced in 2017, it had a very competitive tone, so to say. So it was seen as countering China in
To the Road
region,
Belt Initiative, yeah.
exactly, and so on. But if you take a look at the latest update, so the 2022 one of the Indo-Pacific strategy, it has shifted the tone, the narrative quite significantly. So now it tries to put forth ideas of cooperation, introduce the Indo-Pacific economic framework, and then underlines the importance of improving cooperation with the ASEAN. It mentions about ASEAN centrality, countries in Southeast Asia. So it has changed the narrative quite a bit, which is good news for us in Southeast Asia, because our interest is for Indo-Pacific to be a region of cooperation, of course. So because that's our interest regarding investment and development. And we really welcome this change of narrative from the US. But again, this is underlining the however part in this regard is that whether or not we actually see a real implementation of this is still to be seen.
How,
Working together, President Joko Widodo and also President Joe Biden to be in the spotlight for the G20 summit today, this morning for the first agenda of the G20 summit. And as Ms. Vivi also mentioned, that would be a very interesting topic to discuss, like how the U.S. as the leading economic country and Indonesia as a developing country to collaborate in many sectors, especially that whatever they are discussing, especially the three main pillars for the G20 Indonesia's presidency. Like, do you think that this collaboration will be in realization in a short future, because they have the goal, at least for the net zero emission in 2050 or the circular economy? And because we know that Indonesia's economy is growing pretty, not rapidly, but we are have a good place in terms of economic growth as a country.
Well, Indonesia's partnership with the U.S., I think, is one of our more important bilateral relations, that's for sure. I can't really comment much on the economy, but in terms of being a strategic partner, the U.S. remains one of the most important for not only for Indonesia, but I think for Southeast Asia as a whole. And in ASEAN meetings, we keep saying that we need the U.S. presence in the region.
Fifi, we're going to have to stop you there because it seems that President Joko Widodo is ready to open the Leaders Summit.
Leaders, good morning. I declare the G20 summit open. Welcome to Bali. Welcome to Indonesia. It is an honor for Indonesia to host the G20 summit. I fully understand that it took great effort for us to sit together in this room. Honorable leaders, the world is facing extraordinary challenges. We are facing crisis after crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic has not ended. Rivalries continue to heighten. The war continues. And the impact of this crisis towards food security, energy security, and financial security is truly felt by the world, especially developing countries. The issue of fertilizers should not be taken lightly. If we do not take immediate action to ensure that fertilizer supply is sufficient, at an affordable price, then 2023 will become an even more difficult year. Today's crisis of affordability may become worse, may become tomorrow's crisis of availability for food products. Fertilizer scarcity will result in failed crops in various parts of the world. For the 8 developing countries with the highest food vulnerabilities will face a very serious situation. Meanwhile, we also witness that the world order and international law being tested. Excellencies, today the eyes of the world are focused on our meeting. Will we be able to succeed, or will we add another item to the number of failures? In my view, the G20 must succeed and must not fail. As the G20 presidency, Indonesia has made our best effort to bridge these profound and wide differences. But a success can only be achieved if all of us, without exception, are fully committed, work our hardest to set aside our differences to produce something concrete, something beneficial for the world. Excellencies, Indonesia has 17,000 islands, more than 1,300 ethnicities, and more than 700 regional languages. Democracy in Indonesia is working from the village level to the election of village officials to the presidential election, governor elections, etc. As a democratic country, Indonesia is fully aware of the importance of dialogue to bridge differences. And the same spirit must be demonstrated by the G20.
We have no other option. Paradigm of collaboration is badly needed to save the world. We all have responsibility, not only for our people, but also for the people of the world. Being responsible means respecting international laws and principles of the UN Charter consistently. Being responsible means creating not zero-sum situations. Being responsible here also means that we must end the war. If the war does not end, it will be difficult for the world to move forward. If the war does not end, it will be difficult for us to take responsibility for the future of current generation and future generations. We should not divide the world into parts. We must not allow the world fall into another Cold War. Yang Mulia,
Excellencies, Indonesia hopes that the G20 can continue to become a catalyst for inclusive economic recovery. In the midst of a difficult situation, the G20 must continue to work to provide concrete results, preparing funds to face future pandemics through the Financial Pandemic Fund to support fiscal space of low-income countries through the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, encouraging accelerated achievement of the SDGs, producing hundreds of concrete collaboration, and supporting a greener and more sustainable global economic recovery, through the Bali Compact on energy transition. We try to always walk the talk. To conclude, let us show the world that we are able to use our wisdom to share our responsibility and to display our leadership. Let us work, let us cooperate for the world. Recover together, recover stronger. Excellencies, that is what I wish to convey as an opening. Next, we will proceed with the closed discussions. I therefore respectfully request that the media leave the meeting room. Thank you.
The opening remarks by our President Joko Widodo, where he stated that G20 must succeed and must not fail if only fully committed and set aside differences. And the collaboration is badly needed for people of the world. And being responsible means we must end the war.
Right, Ayesha. Fifi, if you can follow suit with the remarks of President Joko Widodo, what's your most important takes on what he has unveiled? Because those opening remarks really set the tone, set the foundation to what's about to be discussed at the Leaders Summit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear that the president is anticipating the debates that will take place during the summit.
Yeah.
Again, learning from the experience of the meetings at the ministerial level. Some of them were, we saw very tense debates. There was quarrels and screams thrown one way or the other during the meetings. So I think this is an anticipation of the types of debates that would occur during the summit. So that's why the words that President Joko Widodo used were setting aside differences and importance of dialogue. I mean, this is recognizing, yes, there are differences in opinion, especially with regards to Ukraine. But I think the spirit of the G20 should be, putting forth the importance of dialogue and setting aside differences, and that, with the world in crisis right now, the word he used was collaboration was needed to save the world. So recognizing that we are facing common challenges and crisis is felt throughout the world, and that's where collaboration is needed in G20. Yes, it's very idealistic, I suppose, and it's something that was needed to be said. But as a spirit, I think that's something that has to be realized before even beginning the process of the summit.
Yeah. There was just not a call. It wasn't just a call. It was more like a plea for unity. Do you think these leaders will heed to the call?
No, I mean, basically, I think, using common sense, I mean, no countries in the world would intentionally prefer, debates or endless debates rather than collaboration, right? So I think the spirit is there that the G20 is a forum for dialogue to discuss things. But of course, again, countries have their own interests. Some felt the need to voice their interests louder than others, including with regards to the conflict in Ukraine. So it's going to be difficult because President Jokowi said about G20 being the catalyst of economic recovery and has to provide concrete results. I mean, that part is going to be very tricky. I mean, providing a platform for dialogue is one thing, but actually aiming for concrete results, that's a completely different effort to be made.
And people would think like they expect there will be a joint communique at the end, and it will be like a barometer for the success for Indonesia to be hosting this G20 summit this year. Do you think there's any relation between what President Jokowi just said and then the goal of the summit itself this year?
I mean, President Jokowi mentioned concrete results, but that it's still to be defined what we mean by concrete results. It does not have to solely mean a document of joint communique, right? And what's interesting about G20 is that yes, there is a summit of 20 leaders meeting in the same room, but there are also a series of sideline bilateral meetings, which, looking at past histories of G20, that's where the actual
deals and collaborations
are made.
Yeah.
And we've seen that yesterday Biden and Xi Jinping has a very fruitful discussion.
Exactly.
If I may say. And some of the statements made by both leaders are actually quite encouraging. For stability of the region. So I think I tend to not create indicators of the success of a summit based solely on the one document outcome product. In this regard, a joint communique, but we look at the overall agreements made throughout the process, be it at the ministerial levels or at the sideline bilateral meetings, and these kinds of different deals or meetings or agreements could actually prove more fruitful in the long run.
This also has been said, Fifi, by plenty of our ministers, particularly ministers that have experienced failure in achieving communique within their working groups or engagement groups, notably the finance minister, some of the attentions were there, and also the foreign affairs ministers, and also the energy transition ministers, and digital economy under Mr. Johnny Gripatil until 1 a.m. in the morning. So based on that, they said that, okay, we may not achieve a communique, we may have all of these paragraphs, but we still have all of these paragraphs that these delegates, these countries agreed on that particular condemnations. We may not see eye to eye, but all of these other cooperations within the chair summaries, not a communique, are still applicable as a manifestations of our agreements, meaning that these bullet points can become actionable results, actionable deliverables of the meetings. So probably we expect the same things too. Not a communique, but all of these other bullet points can become an action plan.
Yeah, I mean, there are some very important results already. I mean, President Jokowi mentioned about the pandemic fund. I mean, you discussed it also earlier.
With the ministry.
That's one concrete result. I mean, it's still in the very early stages of the establishment of the fund. But if it goes well as planned, that could be something that's considered very successful from this creation of the pandemic fund in response to, as anticipation for possible future pandemics.
We heard words, Fifi. I don't know if it's going to come through, but hopefully it will. That in place of the physical attendance of Vladimir Putin, Sergei Lavrov will be there instead. The foreign ministers of Russia. But there are words that President Putin will be delivering a remark virtually. So we don't know what's going to happen at a certain point. Do you think there's going to be walkouts? There's going to be resistance, what he said? Or instead, there's going to be commendation? I don't know. People have been expecting, maybe it's a bit too wild of a dream, it's been expecting not for a war to stop, but at least a ceasefire.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that will be something to anticipate, right? I personally don't expect any walkouts as he's not personally there. I could be wrong. I don't know. And it also depends on what he has to say, right? We don't know. We can only guess that he would mention the war one way or the other. But we don't know the tone that he's going to make his statements with. But I think the other leaders would also want to hear what he wants to say. If we're really serious about creating and using this summit as a platform for dialogue, then everybody should have the opportunity to make a statement. But it's going to be also very interesting whether or not he's only going to make a statement or he's going to respond to some of the other remarks by other so it remains to be seen.
I guess it's nerve-wracking not only for us as the quote unquote audience of the summit, but also for the representative of Vladimir Putin, particularly Sergei Lavrov there in the audience, because especially with the report that he had to be rushed to the hospital upon arrival here in Bali, which turned out to be just a regular physical and health check, not something else that the media was actually
exaggerating it.
Yeah, exaggerating it. So probably the level of nervousness represents every single stakeholder of the Leaders Summit.
I think so too. But we will go back to the discussions about the bilateral meetings that will be held and being run during this summit, because I believe there will be like a very, very full and tight agenda and schedule.
Exactly.
And just stay tuned with us on TVRI World as the official TV broadcaster for G20 Indonesia presidency.
Don't go anywhere.
People of the world, we are in jeopardy. Striving times to act in solidarity. Our wish to heal the world, we shall do it. Navigate the sea of change. We have always overcome hand in hand. We cover together. We'll recover strong. Reaching out for our children's future destiny. Our wish heal the world. Whatever must be done, we convert navigate the sea of change. We have always overcome hand in hand. We cover together. Reaching up for our children's future destiny. Yes, it's from God's history, taking us ahead. Sea of change, we have always overcome hand in hand. We cover together, we'll recover stronger. Reaching out, reaching out for children's future. For children's future
Welcome back to the coverage of Leaders Summit of the G20 here on TVR World, airing live from the beautiful, the exotic Bali, Indonesia. We are still amidst the first working sessions of the Leaders Summit taking place at the Apurva Kempinski here in Nusa Dua, Bali, Indonesia. As we await for more things to come from the Kempinski and just to sort of anticipate and expect what's to come from the deliberations, let's continue on with our conversations. We still have the Deputy Executive Director for Research of CSIS, Ms. Safia F. Muhibat. Ms. Fifi, Aisha has something to ask you.
I didn't say that.
I don't want to take your time, so I know that you have a burning question in mind.
No.
Go ahead.
I want to ask Ms. Rifi later on for the handover from Indonesia to India. But if you have
It'll happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
But prior to that, because that's going to be something that's going to be talked about a lot on the final day, because that's exactly where it's going to happen. But just to reflect a little bit on what President Joko Widodo had mentioned at some of the earlier sentence of his opening remarks at the summit, he mentioned that the ongoing COVID-19, so our country still considers that an ongoing pandemic, even though some other countries, Thailand, for example, has downgraded COVID-19 into regular flu. Other countries have stated it as also a regular flu, no more counts, no more tests, and no more quarantine. That's been on for long. And also the other two matters that he mentioned was on the rivalries and war. So let's touch first on the rivalries. I'm sure that he mentioned some of the biggest economies. China and USA both are present at the summit. How do you think the rivalries that he mentioned in his opening remarks will play into the discussion today, the interventions coming from the leaders?
Well, I mean, I do think that U.S.-China relations is I think, the most important relations in international relations at the moment. And that's why people were very much looking forward to the sideline meetings between Joe Biden and Xi Jinping yesterday. Looking forward to what they have to say. What's the outcome of the discussion, and as we've discussed, some of the results were actually quite promising in terms of how they both are putting forth the importance of dialogue, of cooperation between the two countries, and even though they recognize there are some issues, I think Biden brought up the issues of Taiwan during the discussion, but he also stressed that the U.S. still maintains the one China policy, which means that the two sides are still trying to find common interests through which they can continue their collaboration and cooperation on some issues. I don't think there's going to be a specific discussion on this during the summit, but it will have an impact. The U.S.-China relations will have an impact on not just the G20, I think on a lot of other multilateral settings. We recall just a few days ago at the ASEAN summit and then the East Asia summit, the U.S.-China rivalry is, of course, one factor that very much influenced a lot of the other discussions as well. So I think it's going to be the same at the G20. And I think it's one of the issues that a lot of experts and also the media is very much scrutinizing to see how the U.S.-China relations develops in the near future.
Yeah. Well, adding to that was also the bilateral between Joe Biden and Xi Jinping yesterday was, as you mentioned also earlier, was quite a fresh breath of air with President Joe Biden assuring that there will be no aggression on the part of China, particularly in crisis and also the South China Sea. There will be no invasions to Taiwan, so we don't expect anything escalating in the near future in that regard. We also spoke at length about this in our previous programs, Fifi. So do you think, because we're still in the middle of a war now there in Europe, we're not ready and we can't afford yet another escalating tensions in the region. So do you think that the rivalry will not be a table in the discussions, but in a way will influence the way of these two big economies coming up to an agreement?
Of course, yeah. And the thing is, with U.S.-China relations, when there are problems, when there are issues in the relations, it affects the way that they are. It affects their relations on a lot of other issues as well. So, for example, on climate change, the cooperation between U.S. and China on climate change in a way for the past few years because of other issues. And I think it's only this year that they are trying to resume it again. So, I mean, the competition might be on issues of economy and security, but I think it has serious implications on a lot of other issues as well. And I think this is the concern of a lot of countries, because when two major powers are having issues on having problems on some issues, it will definitely impact on the works of other efforts that the other countries are doing as issue at play a few days ago at the ASEAN summit. It was discussed during the COP27. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be an important factor in the G20 as well.
Yeah, I would like to get a touch on that more specifically, climate change. Like, if we are talking about the Russian-Ukraine crisis at the moment, it obviously has a very big impact on the climate change with everything that is going on. And also, it's also been discussed in the COP27, where the Ukraine booth was decorated with gray color to represent how the situation of the country at this time. So I think it is a very important issue to be discussed also in the G20 Leaders Summit this year, in these 2 days' times, how climate change can be like a main issue, like a main concern for all of us, because here in the summit, not only the G20 country members are attending, but also the G7 and all the other organizations as well that support, that can have a big and, what is it called? The significant vocal, like the UN especially. Like what do you think, like how we can manage and the outcome that we can expect on this matter, on climate change, to be
I mean, it's again, I think with this year's G20 is a big challenge to manage outcomes, as you mentioned, not only on climate change issues, but I think on a wide range of other issues as well. But you're absolutely right. I mean, on climate, it's definitely something that's been tabled on the agenda since the early days of when Indonesia started the presidency. And it remains to be one of the more important issues discussed in G20 in recent years. But as we found out during the COP27, some of the issues have stalled, right? And some are actually experiencing setbacks. And the Ukraine war this year has actually had a huge impact on the works of climate change and energy transition. There are some serious setbacks, especially in terms of energy transition, because of the rise of fuel prices and the energy crisis. So some countries are actually taking a shortcut and reverting back to fossil fuel. And I think this presents a challenge that there are serious setbacks. Some goals are probably not going to be met by this year. And I don't know to what extent the summit tomorrow will try to push for results on this matter.
Another clear example of the setback was also the fact that making headlines towards the preparations of the summit here in Bali was about the COP27. How it is, the noble mission of the COP27 was to reduce the carbon emissions globally and to reach net zero emissions by 2030, and also to reduce the temperature of the Earth 1.5 degrees Celsius. But at that same time, we have hundreds upon hundreds of private jets flying into Sharm el-Sheikhs from all of these heads of states, from all of these delegates and celebrities, which totally negate the idea of, reducing carbon emission. So that was funny. They made all of these graphics of private jets flying in. What are we doing? There's a climate change conference, and we're not doing anything to reduce carbon emissions. They don't go for commercial flights or like the case of the rest of us citizens on Earth. All right, let's leave this behind because it's an ongoing topic of COP27. That's their territory. But let's go a bit inwards towards the G20 here this year. Some of the major topics that have been raised by our governments: the global health architecture, sustainable energy transitions, and also digital transformation. And these requires cooperations and lesson learns and knowledge imparting on behalf of developed nations to the developing ones, particularly with the sustainably developing countries hosting the next presidencies. Have this action been taking part, do you think, throughout the course of the deliberations and meeting across the G20, the commitment of a more modern, advanced technologically countries imparting their wisdoms and knowledge for the developing economies?
Well, technology transfer has always been an issue, and I think that is even one of the challenges. Again, back to energy transition, right? The clean energy technology is something that's, the developing countries are still years and years behind.
Struggling.
Exactly.
Closing the coal mines. For us, Indonesia is almost a non-starter.
Especially this year with all the setbacks and the rise of the fuel prices. I mean, going back to fossil fuel is the only, for some countries, is the only alternative that's left for them. So you're absolutely right. I mean, technology transfer remains an issue, but I think it's something that should be pursued. We can't depend on forums like G20 to tackle this issue, right? There are a lot of other venues through which the dialogue, the negotiation can take place, and also at the bilateral level. So this is, G20 is one of the many forums through which countries like Indonesia could try to push for this agenda, to try to push for more clear path towards energy transition, clear path towards transfer of technology. And I think for a lot of other countries, it's the same thing.
Right. Ms. Fifi, at the next segments, I'd like to get your insights on how the mechanisms of conclusion is reached within the G20 leader summits and reflections to all of these previous presidencies. However, we're going to cut through our colleagues to bring us the latest reports on what's actually transpired on the ground. We have Tegar Bestari joining us very soon here on the Leaders Summit coverage on TVRI World. Tegar, can you tell us from wherever you are, Tegar? Yeah, if you can hear me there. Your latest observations as the Leader Summit is currently happening at Apurva Kempinski. Tegar Bestari, your report, please. Right, apparently Tegar is unable to hear us for the moment. We're facing some technical glitches and difficulties in communicating with Tegar Bestari, but is currently preparing live updates on the ground for us here on the coverage of Leader Summit in Nusa Dua, Bali. Tegar Bestari, can you hear us here in the studio?
Thank you. Since 7 a.m., the traffic in the front of Apurva Hotel Kempinski has been closed for people. So for the people who want to pass through this road, it must be directed into the small lane to the village resident by the police. And the status of security in the front of Apurva Kempinski Hotel, they use second perimeter, so we can see a lot of police and army around here. And for maximum security, the army say that they are standby the tactical vehicle like Anoa vehicle and Barakuda vehicle. And on the south of Apurva Kempinski Hotel, there are a warship standby by the Marine Army of Indonesia, and the status of the warship is ready to combat. There are additional troops to make sure that there's no urgency condition. They stand by. The distance of the post is about less than 2 kilometers. So if there is emergency situation on the Apurva Kempinski Hotel, they will reach this hotel less than 5 minutes. Tegar Bestari and Harry reporting.
Yeah, a concise report there from Tegar Bestari at the vicinity of Apurva Kempinski, just outside of the hotel venue where the summit is currently taking place. The live reports are live updates on security measures. It feels very tense. He mentioned warships and barracuda and tactical vehicles. So, okay, let's go over it to yet another live updates happening here around Nusa Dua Bali. We're joined by our reporter Aryo Bagus. Aryo, can you tell us from your observations what's the current situations and conditions that
here at Apurva Kempinski?
Go ahead, Aryo.
Well, the situation here at Apurva Kempinski has been stabilized since earlier this morning as the heads of state and then leaders of international organizations and also all participants will gather to attend the two-day meeting at the G20 summit, the pinnacle of all events and agendas of the G20 under Indonesia's presidency. And at the meeting, all participants will discuss three main priority issues, namely digital transformation and then sustainable energy transition and also global health architecture. As of this hour, a number of heads of state and then leaders of international organizations have arrived, namely Financial Stability Board and the Asian Development Bank, International Labor Organization, World Trade Organization, and then Senegal, Mexico, Brazil, Singapore, Netherlands, Rwanda, South Africa, Spain, European Union, Canada, Japan, Australia, German, United Nations, Turkey, Jamaica, South Korea, Russia, and then India, and also Uni Emirat Arab, Saudi Arabia, Italy, France, China, as well as United States of America. For now, that's all that I can give to you. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Aryo Bagus, giving us a first-hand account of what's currently happening at the front part of the Apurva Kempinski. That is the arrival spot that we observed earlier prior to the start of the first working session of the summit. Let's go over back to, thank you again, Aryo Bagus, for the report. Let's go over to Fifi again, continuing on my question to you prior to the live reports there, was that the mechanisms of these leaders coming up to a conclusion, to to deals, for lack of a better word, because as we know, our president already has in his hands the draft that has been formulated, that has been watered down from all of these be it share summaries or communiques of 10 working groups and another 10 of engagement groups. They've been filtered down, and he has that in his hands. And will he be reading through that and getting all the insights from the leaders? What's the mechanism here?
It's quite technical.
If you have an inside knowledge on that,
you might actually know this better than I do. But, that's the challenge, right? I mean, usually in summits like this, at the leaders level, there's no longer any sort of like negotiations or in-depth discussion on issues, because all of those should have been done at the ministerial level. But the problem is this year we don't have the joint communiques at the ministerial level across all of the different issues, right? So that's going to be a challenge. I mean, how can you produce a joint communique at the leaders level without
communiques at the lower levels?
Exactly. So that's going to be the challenge. I mean, the usual practice is basically at the summit level, they report and discuss on what has been agreed upon elsewhere. So now it's going to be tricky and how to come to not really a conclusion, but any sort of agreement on issues where there were no prior agreements. So that's why the likeliness is actually to have a chairman's statement read by the chair. In this case, is President Joko Widodo. That would somewhat summarize the discussion during the summit, what was discussed. But then that would actually underline the fact that there were no real agreements on a lot of issues.
Fifi, are you saying that the summit today will happen in the most normative way imaginable? Because the presidents have been set through all of these working group meetings. So there will be no surprising elements there.
Well, summits by nature are usually quite normative, because the technical and substantive issues have already been dealt with at the ministerial level. So there's no surprise in that way. But I think the challenge this year is more than usual because of the unusual circumstances that we are in right now.
It was also emphasized by President Joko Widodo. The presidency this year has been the hardest in the history of the G20. I guess he can, clarify that further as he chairs the Leaders Summit today.
And like all the leaders will join together to discuss about the energy transition as well. Like we have the goal to have the net zero emission by 2050. That's the goal for Indonesia, but also globally. But you mentioned that some of us, it's like going back to to use a fossil fuel. But here in the summit happening today, and it has been practically been doing since maybe for a week, that around this Nusa Dua area, we can only transport using the EV, the electrical vehicle. And that's what our goal as well. Like not only at the summit, but when it ends, it will be like more electrical vehicles that we use, not only in Bali, but in Jakarta. We know that some of the Transjakarta has been using it.
All right.
But also around in Indonesia.
Is there a question in there somewhere?
That's actually
that's more of an aspiration. No, I mean you're absolutely right.
Your passion about electric vehicles.
Exactly. I mean globally, I think the aspiration is to move towards
greener energy.
Exactly, greener energy. And I think what we see today, not only today, but since the past few days in Bali, is a display of what we aspire to be. But I think we all know that it's not an easy way going in that direction. A lot of challenges ahead. And I hopefully that's something that will be discussed throughout the summit as well.
All right. Unfortunately, we have come to the end of our time and discussions for this particular part of our coverage of the Leaders Summit of the G20 coming to you live from Bali, Indonesia. At the end of our program today, I'd like to extend our gratitude. Thank you very much. The Executive, Deputy Director of CSIS, Ms. Safia F. Muhibat, for your insights. We will talk more on this once we get the gist of what actually happened here at the summit on day one. In the meantime, I'm Rahmat Idris.
And I am Aisha Fabian. So stay tuned only on TVRA World because we are still going to broadcast you the G20 Indonesia's Presidency Leaders Summit.
Siska Becker and also Uli Hardinasa will be with you for the next segment. This is it for us. Thank you very much for watching. Bye for now.
Tamblingan Lake is a lake located on the northern slope of Mount Lesung, Munduk village area, Banjar district, Buleleng Regency, in Bali. This lake is one of the 3 twin lakes formed in a large caldera. In the east, there are Buyan Lake and Beratan Lake, respectively. Flanked by the surrounding forest and due to its location in the highlands, this lake environment has a cool air. As one of the natural attractions, Tamblingan Lake is not developed towards modern tourism in order to preserve nature and the environment. The main attraction of this place is not only its natural charm, but also the presence of a number of temples that store the history and development of Balinese civilization and culture. Especially regarding the formation and development of Tamblingan village. The name Tamblingan comes from 2 words in Balinese, namely Tamba, which means medicine, and Elingang, which means memory or spiritual ability. It is narrated in Lontar Kutara Kanda Dewa Purana Bangsul that people in the area said to have been hit by an epidemic outbreak. As a way out, someone who is purified then goes down to the small lake below the village to get water for medicine. Thanks to his prayers and spiritual abilities, the water was then used as a medicine and able to heal the villagers. Tamba and Elingang were later called Tamblingan. In the Tamblingan lake area, there is a temple. Currently, this temple is still used by residents to pray. One of the traditional ceremonies that are still being held in this temple area is the traditional Mutang Pakalam ceremony. This is a traditional Balinese Hindu ceremony which is intended as a form of gratitude to nature who has given everything. Usually, this traditional ceremony presents a farm animal such as a buffalo, goat, or chicken. After being prayed for, the offering will later be brought to the middle of the lake to float. In addition to the charm of the beauty of the lake and temples, Tamblingan Lake is also surrounded by lush forest. Here we can see beautiful big trees. Not far from Tamblingan Lake, we can also enjoy another larger lake which may become one of our favorite tourist destinations, namely Beratan Lake, which is located in the area of Bedugul. There is a temple in this lake area called Ulun Temple. The exoticism of this temple is the main attraction for tourists visiting Lake Beratan.
From Indonesia for a better world.
As the world's economy is still strongly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia, holding the 2022 G20 presidency, encourages world countries to work together.
Mata dunia tertuju ke Pulau Dewata. Puluhan negara dan 400 lebih delegasi hadir dalam puncak KTT G20.
Jadilah saksi sejarah perhelatan KTT G20 Bali.
15-16 November 2022.
Dari Indonesia, dunia pulih bersama.
Hello and welcome to TVRI's World G20 Leaders Summit. We are airing live with news and coverage from the G20 Summit here in Nusa Dua, Bali. I'm Siska Becker.
And I'm Uli Herdi, and let's begin our first report from Bali. The G20 Summit, the pinnacle of a series of collaborative activities by members of the world's 20 largest economies over this year, is to commence in a few days. A large variety of economic and development agenda have been discussed under Indonesia's G20 presidency in search of the answers. The question is whether the year-long process produces the largely expected all-inclusive outcome.
The G20 was established in 1999 as a response to the 1997-1998 global economic crisis. Its objective was to ensure that the world emerged from the crisis and to create strong and sustainable global economic growth. Initiated as an annual meeting of finance ministers and central bank governors, the summit has now evolved to include discussions of various development issues involving head of states in the final decision-making process. Currently, the world is in another multidimensional crisis due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As a group of the world's major economies with political and economic power, the G20 is expected to drive the world's recovery.
Finally, it is now my great pleasure to hand over the G20 presidency to President Widodo. I wish Indonesia all the best in the coming year, and I trust that under your leadership, we will manage to, quote, recover better, recover stronger, as the motto of your presidency says.
As such, the 2022 Indonesian G20 presidency carries the spirit of Recover Together, with the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. Indonesia has picked out this theme since the world is under pressure due to the pandemic, requiring joint and inclusive efforts in finding a way out or solutions for recovery. To achieve this target, the Indonesian presidency has been focusing on 3 priority sectors as the main drivers for strong and sustainable recovery. The priority sectors are the strengthening of global health architecture, digital transformation, and energy transition. Strengthening the global health architecture is necessary not only in dealing with the current pandemic, but also in preparing the world to respond better and have the capacity to deal with future health crises. Digital transformation is one of the key solutions in moving the economy during a pandemic and has apparently become a new source of economic growth. For this reason, the Indonesian presidency has been focusing on enhancing digital skills and digital literacy to ensure an inclusive digital transformation for all. Meanwhile, energy transition is needed to bring the world towards new and sustainable energy by prioritizing energy security, accessibility, and affordability. This measure will ensure a green and sustainable future and manage the climate change issues more effectively. Dozens of G20 working groups specializing in a wide variety of issues and sectors have been established, and hundreds of meetings have been held to discuss and seek solutions to various major world problems. Under the inclusiveness principle, the Indonesian presidency also invites guest countries and international organizations to participate in the G20 events. On various occasions, President Joko Widodo emphasized that this inclusiveness is the priority of Indonesia's leadership in the G20, championing the spirit of to leave no one behind. The president's vision is a G20 presidency that benefits not only the G20 members, but also the developing countries, small island developing states, and vulnerable groups. As such, Indonesia pays more attention to developing countries in Asia, Africa, and South America, including the small island nations in the Pacific and Caribbean. In addition to reflecting the spirit of inclusiveness, this vision also provides a wider representation of the G20. Now that the Indonesian G20 presidency, which has been highlighted with year-long activities meant to help provide solutions to major world problems and contribute to global economic recovery, is nearing to its end, the question is whether the whole process and activities will evidently benefit Indonesia as this year's chair and host of the G20 summit, as well as the global countries in general. Otherwise, the year-long presidency and activities will only be good on papers and be remembered as part of the country's historical records.
The state electricity company, PT.PLN, has got all the electricity power system to support the technical work for the G20 summit, set and ready. Now, to know more on the latest update, TVRI World reporter Eni Parinusa has more on a previously recorded interview with the President Director of the State Utility Company PT PLN, Darmawan Prasojo.
Well, as the G20 Leaders Summit is around the corner, all the technical preparations is nearly 99% now. One of the most crucial and also needed stuff during the summit is the electrical supply. Hand in hand with the idea of energy transition that happens also become one of the three main issues that will be a discussion on the G20 Summit. The state electricity firm, or PLN, is preparing the power system for all the technical work to support the implementations of the G20 Summit leaders. To know more about the power system and also the strategy of PLN about the energy transitions application from PLN, here with us now, the President Director of State Electricity Firm PLN, Bapak Darmawan Prasojo. Pak Darmo, it must be a busy week for you and all of the staff prepared by PLN to the big event tomorrow, the G20. Darmo, how has the PLN support the power system for the G20 Summit?
Yeah, today is a marking historical event. That's the launching of the Energy Transition Mechanisms Country platform. The Earth is warming, and what should we do? And we need to ensure that the future of the next generation should be better than ours. How are we going to do it? By reducing CO2 emissions. And PLN is fully committed exactly to do so. And are we doing this because we're doing this not only because there is an international agreement, not because only there is a policy, but we're doing this because we do really care. So how are we going to walk the talk? Last year during the design of the National Electricity Planning or the RUPTL, we already removed 13 gigawatt of coal in the planning phase to avoid CO2 emissions in amount of 1.8 billion metric tons in the span of 25 years. We also developed the most aggressive development of renewable energy in the history of PLN in Indonesia. And in the next, until 2030, the additional capacity, 51.6% is coming from renewable energy. That's 20.9 gigawatt additional development of renewable energy. And is it enough? It's not enough. We need to make space, to make more room for renewable energy to enter our ecosystems. And how are we going to do it? By early retiring of coal-fired power plants, So what's the challenge? The challenge here, this is a global climate change. It's a global warming. 1 ton of emission of CO2 in New York is going to have exactly the same damage effect with 1 ton of emission of CO2 in Bali, or in Paris, or in Tokyo, or in Egypt, in Timbuktu, all over the world. So that means this is a global challenge. We're not going to be able to solve this problem alone. So what is the event today? The energy transition mechanisms, the country platform shifting to be part of this exciting program is with two things, First, we need to early retire of coal. And that is a very challenging effort.
Is that an easy thing to do?
It's challenging. But also, we need to aggressively develop additional renewable energy. So this energy transition mechanism country platform is actually deploy, marshalling the whole global communities and to facilitate that they're going to be part of this exciting, solutions in which going to facilitate the acceleration of transition of energy, not only in Indonesia, but all over the world. But in this case, specifically today, the Minister of Finance, Sri Mulyani, taking the leadership, assisted by the Asian Development Bank and also global green communities, exactly to do that.
Pak Darmo, the energy transition is so much work. There's a lot of things that should be done in order to move in a new era, in the greener area. Where do we start? PLN, where do we start? What's the starting point?
Well, we're talking a global effort, right? There are two things here: compliance or conviction. Compliance, today PLN already achieved reduction of 35 million metric tons of CO2 compared to business as usual. With this kind of effort that we've already put forth into action, we're going to deliver beyond the expectation of the NDC by 2030. But the question is this enough? We need to go beyond the NDC. Why? Because we do really care. So this kind of platform is going to facilitate us to accelerate the transition of energy. But there is one thing that is important for the country today: how we align between the transition of energy, environmental sustainability, and also economic growth. How we align the transition of energy with job creations. How we align transition energy by developing new core competency, technical skill, know-how in such a way PLN and also the country is standing tall, standing poised to face this challenge of global climate change, treating it not only as an environmental challenge, but also treating it as an opportunity to expedite growth, as an opportunity to give prosperity for the people, an opportunity to create more jobs. So in that regard, this is an opportunity for the nations, Indonesia, to take control the destiny of the nation for the glory of the future.
Darmo, speaking about energy transition, we also speak about electric vehicle. Electric vehicle become the main vehicle for the G20 delegates now here in Bali. How the PLN prepare for supporting this infrastructure?
Yes, first thing is this, transforming from the, fossil fuel-based, transport, internal combustion engine to electric vehicle is actually shifting from import-based energy to domestic-based energy. Expensive-based energy to cheaper-based energy. 1 liter of gasoline, 15,000 rupiahs, is equivalent to 1.3 kilowatt hour is only 2,000 rupiahs. So it's much cheaper. But surprisingly, it's also reducing emission by half, even though the electricity is still dominated by coal because of the efficiency of the electric vehicle. So in that regard, shifting this to electric vehicle is actually shifting from import-based to domestic-based energy, expensive to cheaper, and then dirty to cleaner energy. In that regard, we facilitate in such a way the transition is going to go smooth. We've been developing the ecosystem for the electric vehicle to be part of the society. So we developed the home charging, electric vehicle digital systems. Also, we've been developing the public charging, the SPKLU, Stasiun Pengisian Kendaraan Listrik, using the franchising. We also developing the electric vehicle digital system in such a way it's going to become very easy. It's becoming a new lifestyle for this using the electric vehicle. Also, we do the franchising for the public charging station because we don't have any access to the parking space. The one that having access to the parking space is the mall, the bank, the office, the coffee shop. So we collaborate with them in such a way in that the development of public charging station is becoming a new investment, not only for the PLN, but also for the communities. But specifically for this G20, we provide exactly how to be, for the 660, electric vehicle that being utilized for the G20, able to operate. So we provide the public charging stations exactly to do that. We create the standard operations in such a way that is going to run very smooth. We facilitate the transition, and we also train with collaboration with the Secret Service. They are the one that operating all of this EV vehicle, so that everything is going to be running very smooth. So we are very proud, very happy to be here. We are very happy to facilitate that the G20 is going to run very well, not only at the operational level, but also for the transition of energy is showing today that under the leadership of President Jokowi and the government of Indonesia, take the leadership of the transition of energy, not only for Indonesia, but for the global communities. Thank you.
Let's talk about the preparation proceeding to the big event tomorrow, Pak Darmo. PLN must be so busy in doing this and that. What's the preparation? What's the challenge in preparing the electrical supply for the G20 summit tomorrow?
Yes, we need to make sure that the electric supply is very reliable. So we're talking about the generation capacity, we're talking about the transmission, we're talking about the distribution, we're talking about the venue. So right now is the balance of the supply we prepare is 1.4 gigawatt, while the peak load, the demand we estimate is roughly 950 megawatt, 0.95 gigawatt. So the balance between supply and demand is enough. Yeah, the reserve margin is more than 30%. Also, we make sure that the venue is being supplied with a very reliable electric supply. So there's no disruption. So we have some kind of 5 level of redundancy. First, we use the UPS, meaning there's no blink. And we have like 4 supply from different substations to make sure if there is any disturbance, still everything is going to be okay. And then, so there's another 4 level of supply. And then at the back, there is a genset provided also by PLN, also in the venue. So we are right now, like my team on the ground is more than 1,000 teams is working day and night, making sure that the sustainable, reliable supply of electricity is going to be well maintained throughout the G20 event.
There are backup plans behind everything.
Backup plans, redundancy to make sure that everything is going to be just fine.
Last question, Pak Darmo. This meeting is huge. Indonesia plays a major role in this G20 summit presidency. From the point of view of PLN, the electric company, what is your biggest expectation as the output of the G20 summit?
Well, right now it's like President Jokowi is the leader of this G20. He's showing, with sophistications of the mission of the future. But the most important thing is like he's able to walk the talk. He's not only showing a high-level strategy, but he's able to translate that high-level strategy into a real effective operation on the ground and giving a leadership not only at the strategic level, but also at the operational and technical level. And today, the marking of historical event of the energy transition mechanism country platform is actually deploying, marshalling the whole global community to be part of this exciting movement of combating, addressing the global climate change, in which Indonesia take the leadership not only at the national level, not only at the regional level, but also at the global level under the leadership of President Jokowi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Darmo, for your time. Hope everything went very well tomorrow at the G20 summit. Thank you very much for your time. Well, for the next report, that was the discussion between me and the state electricity firm PLN president director, talking about the preparation proceeding to the G20 summit leaders meeting tomorrow. There is a backup plans over a backup plan, so the president director makes sure that there won't be electrical disturbance and problem tomorrow at the G20 summit leader. From the Movenpick Hotel, Eni Parinusa and the cameraman reporting for TVRI World.
Thank you, Eni Parinusa, for a comprehensive report. And now let's move on to our next report from Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin was shown carrying out routine engagements in Russia as world leaders gathered in Indonesia for the Group of 20 summit.
Петрович, добрый день.
Images released by the Kremlin show Putin meeting the governor of the remote Siberian Altai region by video link to discuss the economic situation there. Russia is being represented at the G20 summit in Bali by Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, after it was confirmed Putin would not attend the event, even virtually. As on Friday, why the Russian president would not be attending the summit, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said it was related to Putin's schedule and a need for him to stay in Russia. It was confirmed that Putin would also not send a video message to the G20 summit.
Уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, добрый день.
Chinese President Xi Jinping and U.S. President Joe Biden had a candid and in-depth exchange of views on issues of strategic importance in China-U.S. relations and also on major global and regional issues during their meeting ahead of the Group of 20 summit in Bali.
Prior to the Group of 20 summit in Bali, Indonesia, Chinese President Xi Jinping and U.S. President Joe Biden met and engaged in an open and thorough discussion about matters of strategic importance to China-U.S. ties, as well as significant global and regional issues. At the meeting, Xi said China will stay committed to peaceful, open, and win-win development, participate in and contribute to global development, and pursue common development with countries across the world. Meanwhile, Biden said that U.S.-China relationship development is of crucial importance to the future of the world, noting that the United States and China have a shared responsibility to show the world that they can manage their differences and avoid the present misunderstandings, misperceptions, or fierce competition from veering into confrontation or conflict. The two sides reached common understandings on conducting dialogue and cooperation in public health, agriculture, and food security. They agreed to make good use of China-U.S. Joint Working Group to promote the resolution of more issues. They also agreed that people-to-people exchanges are very important and agreed to encourage the expansion of such exchanges across all sectors. The presidents also exchanged views on the Ukraine crisis and other issues.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has an in-person meeting with U.S. President Joe Biden in Bali, Indonesia, saying he expects joint efforts with Biden to bring China-U.S. relations back to the track of healthy and stable development in the interest of both countries and the rest of the world.
Chinese President Xi Jinping personally met with American President Joe Biden in Bali, Indonesia, and expressed his expectation that they would work together to restore China-U.S. relations to the path of healthy and stable development in the interest of both nations, as well as the rest of the world. Xi said that from the initial contact between China and the United States and the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries to present day, China and the United States have gone through 50-plus eventful years with gains and losses, as well as experience and lessons. He added that the state of China and U.S. relations is not in the fundamental interests of the two countries and the two peoples, nor is what the international community expects from the two countries, noting that the world expects China and the United States to properly handle their relationship. Xi said that the meeting on November 14th has probably attracted great attention from the entire world.
President Joko Widodo has said he expects the 17th Group of 20 or G20 summit to generate concrete results and the G20 members to take practical measures in tackling global crisis together. The 17th G20 summit is scheduled to take place in Bali, Indonesia from Tuesday to Wednesday.
The president said the G20 summit is urgently needed at the current time for global leaders to find a joint and cooperative approach to the problems facing the world.
G20 adalah grup negara-negara besar yang juga punya pengaruh besar. Banyak masalah dunia yang sekarang ini kita hadapi bersama-sama, krisis yang juga harus selesai, perekonomian global yang juga harus segera bangkit, dan kami ingin mempersiapkan itu sedetail mungkin. Sehingga G20 Summit harus menghasilkan hal-hal yang konkret, menghasilkan hal-hal yang nyata, yang berdampak nyata pada dunia. Dan saya ingin sampaikan bahwa hentikan yang namanya basa-basi dan seremoni. Utamakan kerjasama dan kolaborasi untuk masa depan dunia yang lebih baik. Karena kita tahu sekarang krisis finansial, krisis energi, krisis pangan, semuanya ada dan ini harus dihadapi bersama-sama. Tidak bisa sendiri-sendiri. Dan G20 mempunyai pengaruh besar dalam mendesain arsitektur itu.
President Jokowi also expressed hope that the summit would seek solutions to the 10-month-old conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which he claimed has had far-reaching consequences in almost every corner of the world. President added he hopes that China will maintain its significant role in promoting concerted cooperation among countries across the world, which will help with the global economic recovery.
You are watching G20 Leaders Summit live from Nusa Dua, Bali, and we'll be right back after these messages.
From Indonesia for a better world.
As the world's economy is still strongly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia, holding the 2022 G20 presidency, encourages world countries to work together to achieve a stronger and more sustainable world recovery. Recover together, recover stronger.
The three main pillars of Indonesia's presidency for the G20 throughout 2022 are namely global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation, with the strategic goal to achieve a developed and a more prosperous global economy in the future.
Be the witness to a series of historical events across the nation.
As we present to you Indonesia's presidency leading to the G20 summit only on
TVR World. Recover together, recover stronger.
We are back on the live coverage of the G20 Leader Summit right here in Nusa Dua, Bali. The preparation and the organization of the summit of a group of the world's 20 largest economies, or G20, have been running smoothly. The only hiccup is the absence of 3 heads of state, particularly the Russian President Vladimir Putin, at the pinnacle of the series of events held over the year under the Indonesian presidency. Today and tomorrow are the summit of G20 member countries, and to get comprehensive understanding and analysis on the summit proceedings and results, let's talk with global political and security expert Ibu Dewi Fortuna Anwar.
Hello, Ibu. Absolutely a pleasure to have you in our studio today.
Yeah.
How are you? You good?
Fine, thank you. And it's lovely to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
So, Ibu, if we talk about the Indonesia's presidency, this event will be over soon enough. So, how do you see Indonesia's presidency in the G20? Does it have enough impact that is needed from the world at this moment of geopolitical instability and everything? Yeah. So, how are we doing so far?
Well, I'm of course very biased, although I've been quite critical sometimes, of the government and so on. But when it comes to hosting this G20 during this very difficult time, it's really very, very unfortunate that as Indonesia took over the presidency of G20, that we have this huge international crisis with Russian invasion of Ukraine, which, by the way, is the first land invasion to that scale in Europe. Since the Second World War. And so this is really a major crisis. As you know, that it's led to huge international polarization. And Indonesia has to bring this 19 countries and one organization. And it's a huge challenge. So how does Indonesia, and I think Indonesia has done very well, because Indonesia, has always taken the middle ground. With our free and active foreign policy, our non-aligned policy, trying to engage all sides, but not becoming too dependent on any other sides, and not taking one side against the other in conflicts. We have always said that we are part of the solution, not part of the problem. So Indonesia has tried to, with the motto "Recover together, recover stronger," trying to maintain this G20 family, which is having a huge problem, with one member considered to be a black sheep. But I think that Indonesia has done quite well. First, in ensuring that the summit takes place with only 3 absentees from the top leadership, and 1 absentee is actually quite a relief, because it creates such problem. But how are you going to sit people at dinner? And what is about the photo? Standing next to actually, we need to invite Russia. But personally, I think there is a collective sigh of relief that that our problematic guest is not here.
So you believe that so far it's been...
So far, in terms of getting the participants together, the attendance is very good, and then the logistics. Indonesia is always very good at throwing a good party. And I think particularly in Bali, Nusa Dua, is very experienced. And in terms of substance, I think that Indonesia has been able to try to get everybody to focus on the priorities and not just on the quarrels.
So it's not only a feat of diplomacy, but also content as well.
Which is, as President Jokowi is a very content person, he's not terribly keen just on the protocol side of it. Although protocol is very important, because if you don't get that right, people get very unhappy. But the content, the deliverables, the concrete cooperation, and I think that people tend to focus on the summit. But as you know, the G20 has been going on since the start of the presidency in December last year, and there have been hundreds of meetings, and we heard very good results from the various meetings. The last one, like the business summit, where top business leaders say, the countries need to work together to ensure that we continue to be prosperous together.
So, Ibu Dewi, as you said, one of the biggest challenges of Indonesia's G20 presidency is that it happened during probably the most tense geopolitical instability, the ongoing war that is still happening now in Ukraine. And it could be said that during the summit now, it might be like the elephant in the room. G20 summit is usually traditionally all about economic policies, how to recover stronger financially, but now they have to talk about this issue of the ongoing war in Ukraine. And probably even a bigger elephant not in the room is the absence of President Vladimir Putin. How do you think that would impact how the decision-making process?
Especially after our president.
Not just Moscow, but he went to Kiev beforehand, and to show that Indonesia's sympathy is with Ukraine as a victim here. And don't forget that Indonesia, unlike some countries, voted with the UN resolutions, first condemning the Russian attack against Ukraine because it is a violation of the UN Charter, international laws against violations against sovereignty, and then and the use of force to resolve conflicts. And then Indonesia also voted with the international community, the majority of the international community, to condemn Russians' annexations of the 4 provinces. So Indonesia is very much on the side of international law.
We're firm on that.
And very firm, and giving support to Ukraine. But at the same time, Indonesia, as I said, as a bridge builder, feels that, precisely during the conflict, Indonesia as a middle power also tries to reach out to Russia. Russia has also had very solid friendship with Indonesia since Indonesia's independence, and we have a lot of cooperation with Russia, economic cooperation as well as on security. Indonesia buys a lot of Russian military hardware, and conveys to Russia, Indonesia's desire. Hope that there'll be restraint and that there will be peaceful solutions. But more importantly, President Jokowi was also acted as an envoy to the UN Secretary General to negotiate, this blockage of the grain shipment from the Black Sea. So that was President Joko Widodo was one of the players there to ensure that Russia lifted the blockage to allow the shipment of grain. And that is not just for the international community, but also for Indonesia. Indonesia is one of the largest consumers of wheat from Ukraine for our instant noodles, and also with fertilizers from Russia. But coming here, I do not see it as an issue that President Vladimir Putin does not accept the invitation to come here, because first, we don't know whether he was coming or not, but there was always this concern that if he does come, it could create a problem because the United States and other G7 countries have stated that. Firstly, they said that they do not want to come.
They wanted to boycott.
They wanted to boycott, and that will be a loss, not to the world. Because the G20 meetings and the outcomes are not only important for the G20 countries themselves, but also they're very important for the world community as well, because of the issues that are going to be discussed. Are important for the rest of mankind. But so as I'm sure that. I'm not in the government, so I can say this. I'm no longer in the government, so I can say I'm sure that the host is quite relieved. We invite our problematic.
A blessing in disguise.
I mean, it's like an uncle, who's a bit grouchy and and everybody is worried about what if he does come to our
but
wedding.
You still have to come visit him and ask whether he's.
We have to visit him, and but at the same time, we are not too unhappy if it doesn't turn out.
Very interesting. So how do you see our presidency and preparation so far from, say, if we give a rating from, let's say 0 to 10? So.
Well, as I said, I'm biased, and we are here now, and we are all smiling, so I'll give it a 10. As I said, in terms of getting all the guests list, all right, and everybody is come. The people who don't come, they have good reasons, like the current Brazilian president, he's just lost his presidency, so there's a transition, and I'm not sure what, maybe there must be other domestic priorities for the Mexican president, but as I say, for the Russian president not to be here, it's okay, I think it's actually make everybody much more comfortable. In terms of logistics, this is a beautiful place, and in terms of comfort and the ease of getting around, I think that we got it right, we have these good facilities, In terms of substance, this is still, keeps our fingers crossed that everybody's waiting whether there will be a joint communique, because as you know, there have been no joint communiques
at the ministerial level.
At the ministerial level. They've been able to come to consensus at the business level and the technical levels, but not at the G2G levels. So let's hope that eventually, if they do get to agree on a joint communique, the G20 will be praised and blessed,
Yes.
by the international community. So let's hope for that.
Yeah, I think Indonesia was also quite surprised at the beginning of the year. If you look back to the moment where Indonesia has decided to take up the G20 presidency, we had no idea that the state of the world will be so complex and faced with so many challenges. We had the pandemic and also the Russia-Ukraine conflict to deal with during the G20 presidency. And I think, would it be fair to say that one of the top reasons there was no joint communique at the ministerial levels is because of the conflict of interest, because of the ongoing war that is now happening?
Yeah, because the disagreement is about the language. Because about half of the G20 members would want a language inserted in any communique about condemning Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Right.
And then, of course, Russia and a number of countries, not just Russia,
different narratives,
refused to include any language about the Ukraine.
Right.
Okay.
Now,
and they were adamant about this.
So this is very fundamental.
Okay.
So half of the G20 members at least say, we have to insert a language that explicitly condemns Russian invasion.
Yeah.
Maybe nearly half, or at least more than one. For example, India has not joined the international community in condemning Russia. China has not joined the international community in condemning Russia.
The BRIC members.
The BRICS members. I'm not sure what happened to the South Africa, whether they've joined or not. But clearly, I must say, this is probably. This is fortuitous or serendipity that it so happens under the Indonesian presidency that this crisis happens.
Okay.
Now, I shudder to think what happened if, for example, the presidency is taken by one of the more explicit pro-Russian group country, or the more explicit anti-Russian country. Say one of the Japan, and they say, one say exclude Russia completely. So the G20 will be boycotted by the other half. Or if it were, by the other group, the pro-Russian group, they say, no mention whatsoever of Russia, and then the G20 say, the other group say, we don't want to join. And there will be probably no G20 meetings, because it will be completely the time when G20 will be paralyzed. So one of the greatest success of Indonesia, even though the President Jokowi say, don't focus on the protocols and the process, the process matters. In any multilateralism, process matters. The fact that we still get the party going, and the majority of attendants are here, and everyone still focus on the priorities, is, I say, to a great extent, is due to the host country, Indonesia, because we are able and willing to reach out and to be criticized by all sides, and to be a bridge. And
Did
to be
we
a
get
bridge.
criticized?
Of course.
What's the most?
First, being too soft on Russia. Or second, being a pro-United States. You just listen to our social media. Our domestic publics are very divided. Some are very critical of Russia. Some tend to be more understanding of Russian invasion. The narratives, Russia has a reason, etc.
I think that's the consequence of being the mediator, because you're in the middle.
The bridge.
So the Indonesia's position of bebas aktif is not just because of its international stance, but because of the diversity of opinions within the Indonesian community. Because whichever way the government goes, it will be criticized by others, which is fine for a democracy. But as I said, we have to be thankful that it is Indonesia, a bridge builder and a bridge. But everybody walks on it to get to the other side. That's fine.
That's such a blessing in disguise. On the other hand, people think that it's a challenge in geopolitical condition right now. But on the other hand, like what Ibu said, imagine if Indonesia was not in the presidency, probably the world would be a totally different state at this moment.
Yes, that would be a more dramatic scenario, I think.
I say, maybe the G20 will just, for the time being, will be cast aside. What happened to WHO? It's gone. No, not WHO, sorry, WTO. WTO is no longer, because they just could not agree. And it will be a shame, because G20 was created to deal with global crisis at the time, the financial crisis, 2008, and we are continuing to face, huge challenges. And the G20 is the first and foremost is an economic forum, and so and we have a lot of challenges because we haven't really recovered fully from the pandemic yet, and then we have this climate change issue which is impacting also our livelihood, including the economy, and of course this digital transformation. We are having serious problems, digital divides on an unequal world, so we need to deal with this.
Okay. I think one of the most pivotal moments in 2022 when it comes to geopolitical landscape in the world is the Russian-Ukraine conflict. And you know that it's shaped many strategies around the world when it comes to world leaders, how they take sides. How do you think it has shaped all the conditions from the state leaders itself, especially now that they're convening here in G20, and how would it impact the decision-making that will be reached today and tomorrow at the summit?
Well, it's very serious. I say, a country invading another country, a neighboring country, it's serious. It's serious violations of international laws, and this is, not good.
Right.
Yeah. In our neighborhood, smaller countries will be worried
especially
about their bigger
for
countries.
our neighborhood.
Because we also have people are looking now. What will China do regarding Taiwan? That kind of things. And that kind of things. So this is not good. It's not a good precedent if the international community allows that to happen. And then we are going to return to the chaos of the early 20th century. Where big countries can just throw its weight around, and international will be violated, and that is bad. I know that some people argue that the United States did that in Iraq, or the United States did that in Libya. True. Indonesia also condemned that. Although a lot of Western countries did not condemn the United States, they should have condemned that. Any violations of international law is a violation of international law. There should not be any exceptionalism. But two wrongs don't make a right. Just because the U.S. invaded Iraq doesn't mean it justifies the Russian invasion of Ukraine. They're both wrong. Indonesia very explicitly stated that
you can't use a precedent to create another precedent.
You don't make two bad behaviors or making it a right behavior.
The whataboutism that people use.
So if we violate international laws with impunity, if big countries violate international impunity, then as I say, we are going to return to the anarchy of the 20th century. While as we know, we now face a lot of transnational challenges which no single country can resolve by itself. Look what happened to the pandemic. No single country can resolve it by itself. Look, before that, what happened to the financial crisis? It's the world suffered like a domino effect because we are now so interdependent with each other. A crisis in one country very quickly spreads to the rest of the world. And the issues of climate change, it doesn't respect territories. Everyone is affected by that. So it needs converging interests there. All countries have convergent interests in dealing with this together. No one country can disagree, even though you disagree on a lot of strategic issues. You have different strategic outlooks. You have different political systems. But when you need to tackle with global challenges, whether it's health challenges, whether it's climate, challenges, whether it's financial global challenges, you have to work together.
Well, on that note, let's hold that thought. We'll be right back after these messages.
This is Ubud, one of the favorite destinations in Bali. The charm and beauty of Ubud is not only from its nature. Art and culture is an attraction for anyone who visits Ubud. Ubud is just like a painting of nature. The beautiful carvings of maestros and prove how constant and committed people have been in preserving culture.
Tegal Alang is a sub-district that is part of Gianyar Regency and is approximately 8 kilometers from Ubud. We can visit Tegal Alang Rice Terrace by driving 15 to 20 minutes from Ubud. The green vast rice fields becomes a charm to anyone visiting. Here, we can also enjoy a cup of coffee as we mesmerize the beautiful scenery. Lotus flower in Taman Saraswati Temple is one of Bali's beautiful destinations. Taman Saraswati is a temple that was founded only to worship the goddess of science, Dewi Saraswati. Although it serves as a place of worship for Hindus, Taman Saraswati Temple is also often visited by visitors for tours. While in front of the Pura Taman Saraswati courtyard, you can see two large ponds filled with lotus flowers. It's so full of lotuses. The water in the pond seemed to disappear from sight. Not to mention, if the plant starts to bloom. White and pink flowers seem to complement the beautiful nature around the temple. The existence of this lotus pond is a main attraction for visitors to come visit Taman Saraswati Temple. As one of the cultural arts centers in Bali, people in Ubud can enjoy other forms of cultural art activities. One of it is dance. This is where the island's youth unite and together preserve the local tradition. With great enthusiasm, they practice regularly every week. Here, also almost all cultural art activities are carried out, from dance, sculpture, and painting, as well as traditional music. There is an inherited spirit, therefore culture must be well preserved. Visiting a local area is not complete without tasting its culinary dishes. Nasi campur is one of Bali's culinary specialities. The dish, nasi campur, or mixed rice, is usually paired with lilit satay. Lilit satay is made from the fish and iced coconut drink. It's also served to refresh your thirst. In addition to temple buildings, in Ubud, we also visit one of the favorite places for tourists. This is the Ubud Art Market. Inside is divided into two areas, the western and the eastern area. In the eastern part, there are more of basic daily necessities, as in the western part, we'll find handicrafts and works of art. As the name implies, the main attraction lies in the crafts and works of art. Many sellers in this traditional art market take their sold goods straight from local artists and craftsmen so that the price becomes cheaper, but still quality. At the center of Ubud, we'll find a castle. The home of the Ubud king is called Puri Saran Agung. It is better known by the name of Ubud Palace. Ubud Palace is located in the center of Ubud. Currently, Ubud Palace has become one of the tourist sites in Bali. Almost every night at Ubud Palace, dance performances are held, such as Baris and Legong Mahabharata dance. The existence of a number of cultural performances is certainly a special attraction itself, especially for foreign tourists. The consistency of local residents is the key in preserving culture.
From Indonesia for a better world.
As the world's economy is still strongly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia, holding the 2022 G20 presidency, encourages world countries to work together to achieve a stronger and more sustainable world recovery. Recover together, recover stronger.
The three main pillars of Indonesia's presidency for the G20 throughout 2022 are namely global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation, with the strategic goal to achieve a developed and a more prosperous global economy in the future.
Be the witness to a series of historical events across the nation.
As we present to you Indonesia's presidency leading to the G20 summit only on
TVR World. Recover together, recover stronger.
Welcome back to TVRI World as we continue with the live coverage of the G20 Leaders Summit.
We're still with our expert, Ibu Dewi Fortuna Anwar, and we were talking off air about Ukraine and Russia and also the implication to the world, especially in the food chain and also in other industries. Maybe you'd like to elaborate a little bit more to our viewers about the political and geopolitical situation and how it impacted the economy of a global economy of the world.
Yes, I think that has been one of the major fallout, the negative side effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine,
Yeah.
because both Russia and Ukraine are major players in the global food supply. Ukraine exports grain and sunflower oil, and while Russia also exports, besides grain
Oil.
and oil, also is major exporter of oil and gas, but also fertilizers. And because of the disruption, firstly, for the Ukraine, there have been for months they've got stockpiles of grain that they've got in their silos. They could not ship out because there was a blockade by Russia on the Black Sea.
Yeah.
And that led to world shortages of this vital food supplies, and particularly affecting developing countries, a lot of African countries, and including Indonesia and Southeast Asia. We may be the world's largest, one of the largest rice consumers, but we are also one of the largest consumers of grain products, because we eat a lot of bread and also noodles. But the food prices have really gone up, and that has created this inflation that everybody's been talking about. And also with the shortage of fertilizers, that means it's also affecting the farmers, the food producing countries as well. So you cannot really get sufficient products, the supplies of grain from these two countries because of the direct effect of war, but also because of shortages of fertilizers. That also means that farmers in other countries cannot really, including rice farmers, cannot really produce. There's a danger of not producing sufficient rice. And of course, the energy. We hear about the concerns about the skyrocketing prices of energy in Europe, because European countries have been very dependent on Russian supply. So on the one hand, they want to impose sanctions on Russia. They don't want to buy.
On the other hand,
to buy any products from Russia. But on the other hand, they're directly impacted. By this shortage of energy.
It's a very dire situation. But is there any other probably countries that are benefiting from this situation?
Russia is benefiting from it, because of course, because the price of its oil and gas, whatever. But on the other hand, it cannot sell freely.
Exactly.
It cannot sell freely.
Not freely, but although
but on the other hand, some countries continue to buy them, and the price goes up. But even Russia, at the end of the day, we do not benefit from disruptions of global supply chains.
Not in the long run.
Even in the short run. In the short run, traders want to trade. And buyers want to buy, exporters want to export. So you might have, for example, short-term benefits, but at the end of the day, that is very, very negative for everyone concerned. But for the most, the world concerns about the energy and food security crisis, that are serious. And of course, the most vulnerable are the developing countries. They are very dependent on suppliers from a few countries and on subsidies, and they have shortages of foreign exchange to buy these products, and there's inflation now as well. So at this point, a time when they're still also not recovering yet from the pandemic, and they haven't enough vaccines either. A lot of developing countries don't have enough vaccines, so they are not really well protected either from the health perspective. This is just one crisis on top of the other.
Okay, Ibu Dewi, we just had some updates from the summit that they are now preparing to have a lunch break. So we might be hearing some updates from the summit. We'll be keeping an eye on that. But while we wait, I would love to go back to the energy and food crisis. That will be indeed one of the pressing matters that will be discussed, and hopefully we can hear some resolution on it from the world
Definitely.
leaders. Even before the summit today, yesterday, at the press conference between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping, they discussed this matter. And together they said that indeed the Russian invasion of Ukraine has threatened global food, energy, and security. Now, with this statement, do you think it will help to come up with solutions for the Russia-Ukraine war at the summit today, Budewi?
Well, firstly, any meeting between the top two leaders, between the United States and China, are to be welcome. Because before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as you know, the focus of the world has been on the rise of China, whether peaceful or not, and on the US-China rivalry. As the United States as the incumbent superpower and China as a rival, there is this theory that conflict is inevitable, but in fact, conflict is not inevitable. There is a willingness to cooperate, and in the past, the rise of China has also been greatly assisted by the United States. United States has helped China in joining the international economic system. Supporting China in WTO, providing market access, and so on and so forth. But lately, because among others, because of China's assertive behavior in the South China Sea, and there are accusations by the US about IPR issues, intellectual property rights, and there are so many issues that they disagree on. The US-China rivalry is not going to go away. But how they manage the rivalry, whether it will lead to real conflict or whether they will be able to agree to disagree on certain issues, but on other issues they should be able to cooperate. This is what the international community hopes, and this is what we hope, as the host G20, that the US and China will be supportive of the the various important strategic decisions that need to be taken by the international community. On this, clearly, we welcome any converging of views between Washington and Beijing.
How volatile is the mood at the moment? Is it changing every hour, every day, or how?
Well, people are very skeptical. They're skeptical that the meetings here, the physical meeting, face-to-face meeting, will change anything, because the mood has been very dark since beginning of Trump administration, when he launched the trade war against China, and that is not completely over yet. In Washington or in the United States as a whole, the difference is only about whether you are slightly hawkish or very hawkish against China, anti-China or very anti-China. So very difficult to find people who are friendly. And while in China, with the confirmation of Xi Jinping's position as again, the party chair and then president, his power is unchallenged, and he's getting very self-confident. And so probably not much mood for a more conciliatory policy either. But on the other hand, as I said, we expect that with great power also comes great responsibility. And the only two superpowers in the world at the moment are the United States and China. And so they bear joint responsibility to ensure that the international committee does not go to the verge of increasing instability. So the situation is dire enough already with what the Russians are doing in the Eastern European theater. We want our Indo-Pacific to be much more peaceful. Because this is as you know, we talk about the Asian century. We talk about the Indo-Pacific as being the centers of world prosperity now. But as business leaders said, we cannot really do business if there is conflict, if there's disruption in shipping. If there's shooting in the East China Sea or in the South China Sea, there'll be no grain shipment, there'll be no oil and energy shipment, there'll be no manufacturing shipments. The whole trade would stop. So we just hope that the Washington, that the Xi's and Biden's meeting will be will change the tone of the relationship.
So, from what I hear from reporters and people who witness the bilateral meeting between U.S. and China, between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping. It was actually quite relaxed and candid, and their body language was also very good. They were both smiling throughout the meeting and also afterwards. So people had really high hopes that the bilateral meeting between the two world leaders, the two most prominent and influential countries in the world, could have a good impact on the summit today. Do you think, now that maybe we can slightly be optimistic, with US and China converging their views, as you said, that we can have a strong statement that can't actually result in the absolute end of the war? What do you think?
That's an absolute no.
That is the only one who can end the war is the Russian president.
But now that he's not here, could probably be.
I mean, the United States cannot end the Russian war. Or the China cannot end Russia, but the two countries can put a lot of pressure, and to show that if the two superpowers who are, as I say, very influential, and China is a very important partner for Russia, and has provided some of a blanket for Russia in a way. If China comes strongly in support of peace, then hopefully that will be a positive way forward. But I'm not surprised that that President Xi Jinping and President Joe Biden actually can get on with each other, because they've known each other for a long time. Because remember, Joe Biden was vice president under President Obama for 2 periods, and Xi Jinping was vice president, in 2011, and they have met and they have interacted with each other. So they are not strangers to each other.
Familiar with one another as well.
That's
despite
true.
the differences.
There are different interests for each country, and I'm sure that they are protecting their interests during the bilateral meeting, but hopefully they are aware of the importance of collaboration, as you said. I think one of the biggest lessons in this year for world leaders is the essential need of cooperation and collaboration to tackle the global issues that are now facing us. And we really hope we can hear some resolutions from the summit today.
So, Ibu, in the middle of this G20, there's a lot of diplomacy going on. There's a lot of talks. How do you see the problem-solving mechanism that is happening in the G20 at the moment in Bali, and what's your take on it?
Well, I'm not sure that G20 has a problem-solving mechanism. This is a forum, a loose forum. I mean, it's based on consensus. If they can't agree, if one country doesn't agree, then they cannot have a joint communique. But they have another mechanism, i.e., a chairman's statement, for example. That is a possibility. So they can agree on a lot of points, but it will not come out as a joint communique, but it will come out as a chairman's statement and so on. But here, the most important thing of multilateral meetings is not just the multilateral forum itself, but the side events, the bilateral meetings on the sidelines. So, this is like this G20 is providing a venue and an opportunity for
people to meet one another.
People to meet, to talk.
At the sidelines.
The one that is mostly watched now is between President Xi Jinping and President Joe Biden.
At the moment.
I haven't heard whether President Joe Biden will be meeting with the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Prince MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, because as you know, the Saudi Arabia for a long time has been a good partner of the United States, has been the main supplier of energy for the United States. But now the relations between these two countries have been strained, firstly because the accusations against the Prince and his involvement in the journalist murder Khashoggi's, and but the most important thing is recently because under the leadership of Saudi Arabia and Russia, OPEC Plus, they've agreed to cut down on the production of oil, which of course makes the United States and other countries quite upset because that. The shortage of supply means pushing up the price even higher. Even higher. So President Joe Biden is not too happy with with the Saudi at the moment.
What are the sidelines actions that you are most excited to witness during this G20 in Bali?
Yeah, for me, the most important thing that, as I said, the most watched side event is this Washington Beijing leaders meeting. To meet for the first time.
Yeah.
In quite a number of years now. Then via Zoom or via online before.
Right.
But it is not the same. So we're extremely worried, about the tension between these two superpowers in the Indo-Pacific in our region. The concerns among ASEAN countries that we might be pushed or pulled, to side with one over the other. While Indonesia and the ASEAN countries have said, we do not want to have to choose. We want to engage with both China
because
and
we're bebas
States.
active.
Not just bebas, but not just because we're bebas active. Even Singapore, which is not bebas active. Even the Philippines and Thailand.
Yeah.
The Philippines is treaty ally of the United States, but its economy is very strongly dependent also on China. So everyone wants to ensure that we have engagement with both sides.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quite interesting. Yeah.
Yes, and also one exciting moment yesterday was when President Biden and President Jokowi met. Now, how do you think Indonesia should use its position as it's still holding the G20 presidency at the very final moment to get the best of the bilateral relationship with the US? What do you think, Bo?
Yeah. So for Indonesia, firstly, it is the G20 itself. It elevates the profile of Indonesia, and if we succeed in carrying this through, particularly if we can absolutely get that ultimate.
The joint communique.
The joint communique, clearly, that would be very good for Indonesia's image and reputation. But also, most importantly, it's not the image, but also the substance.
The results.
The results. But the most important also is the side events, bilateral meetings.
Right.
Not just with the United States, but also with China, with Japan, and with the other leaders as well. Because practical, concrete results are usually obtained through bilateral relations, not through multilateral. Multilateral usually is about big agreements, about norms and and values and big agreements. But there's still, the concrete results would be at the bilateral level. For example, on energy transition. So which countries will commit how much?
Right. The numbers and everything.
You'll get details and timelines. Okay.
Yeah. Very interesting. So we are still continuing today's talk.
Yeah.
And we might be having another expert joining in.
Yeah, we're still waiting on that as well.
Yes, and we'll keep you certainly updated. And as you can see on your screen at the moment.
Yeah, this is the recording of the bilateral meeting between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping, one of the most awaited meeting of the G20 summit. And we are awaiting about the details from that meeting as well, actually. But I think it's very interesting when you say, actually, the most excitement happens during the bilateral meetings between different countries. President Joko Widodo also met with the Prime Minister of Japan yesterday, and we had the most exciting news that Japan has agreed and committed to lots of investments in Indonesia. Even the expansion of the MRT was agreed upon, and there were also other news about Japan planning to open factories in Indonesia, and these factories will manufacture electric vehicles and hybrid cars.
Fantastic.
Which is in line with what the summit wants to convey with its commitment to green energy and clean energy transition. What do you think of this, as you said, clear results of the summit?
Yeah. So Sasa, so the summit itself, the multilateral forum is extremely important, to set the rules, to set the commitment, the agreement. And frankly, Indonesia is usually very good at that. Indonesia has succeeded very well in hosting various
We are great hosts.
We're good at organizing. And we are not just even organizers. We also take charge of the substances of the agenda and so on. But what Indonesia has been criticized in the past, we have not always been able to leverage those various agreements, and the follow-up and the follow-through has usually been quite, not always as good as expected.
So post-conference, post-summit follow-ups.
A lot of other countries are usually able to leverage more. Some of our other neighbors are much better sometimes at leveraging the various agreements than Indonesia, because
Why is that, Bu?
I don't know. I don't want to be critical of our people so much, but it is the devil's in the details, and you have you have to have sustained interest and focused interest. But sometimes we're interested on certain issues for a moment, and then we move on, and we forgot. We often forgot, to follow through. It's also problems of bureaucratic inertia. Who's going to take charge of it? If you don't assign, the clear bureaucracies and people to follow through, then they don't. And that is but under President Joko Widodo, because he's very keen on concrete results. On certain issues when he's very engaged on economy, like on investment, and on these G20 issues on energy and food security, for example, also on pandemic, so he makes sure, and I hope that he'll continue to make sure that he assigns his assistants, the ministries, and the who are responsible. So we should not forget only that the job is not done after the signatures. It's been put on the paper.
So the true test of the success of the summit is actually after the summit is done.
And usually, people feel very upbeat and happy. They agree on certain things, but when it comes to the details about how much money is going to be assigned, usually there's tough negotiation. For example, during the COP meeting here in Bali, that was during President SBY, Indonesia chaired that.
The last COP.
The last COP. Before,
even before that.
Much before when President SBY was still president, and there was huge meeting here, and Indonesia was congratulated, voted for success, and then was countries committed, including, for example, at that time, Norway committed to RED Plus funding, and that was in the early 2000s. And then Indonesia got very upset because no money was forthcoming, and then and in fact Indonesia said, we don't want to do it anymore. And it's only just now we read, that Norway's funding come up with.
In 2022.
Yes, $59 million. So that takes time.
That took some time.
But because it's performance based, you see. So from the Norwegian side, because Indonesia has not come up with the expected results.
Of course, then it's
but that's just one tiny example. That as I said, it's the details.
It's interesting. So there's this note that we got here that Indonesia proposed 3 priority agenda of global health architecture, digital-based economic transformation, and energy transition. And this is one the U.S. supported and agreed by the G20 members as well. So what's your take on that?
That's that is the 3 priorities that Indonesia has put from the very beginning. Firstly, on the global health architecture, this is very dear to Indonesia's heart because of the pandemic. We know what happened. Even we, at the time, we did not have sufficient facilities to do testing. And we didn't have the ability to vaccine people because we didn't. We're very dependent on the international community here. In fact, China is one of the major providers for vaccines, but also the COVAX facility and so on. Now, Ibu Retno, our foreign minister, is in fact is very active in WHO to ensure that vaccines are not monopolized only by the producers, namely the developed countries, for their own use. Because there's been unwillingness to share vaccines in the beginning. So a lot of developing countries that do not have the capacity, the research and development capacities to produce, to do the research and produce vaccines, and all the money to buy vaccines have been deprived. So one of the issue that Indonesia wants to take is to have a more equitable system that the international community should provide support for developing countries. And among the outcomes of this G20 is providing this fund, fund for global health architecture, which countries can access to improve their capacity to do research and produce vaccines, for example. And all the G20 countries are contributing to that. But the benefits will not just be for the G20 countries, but also
but for
other
everyone.
countries. So that is, so otherwise Indonesia is, as I say, is continuing to struggle with this, and we don't think that COVID-19 is going to be the end of the pandemic. So we need to ensure that the international community is much better prepared. And because virus travels very quickly.
Especially nowadays.
Because of the travels and everything. So it's important. It's not possible for one country simply to insulate itself completely. So that, if there is weak links, it will become, weak. We all become weak.
You're only as strong as your weakest link.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned numerous times during our dialogue that with all the crisis that is happening around the world, the food crisis, the energy crisis, and also the pandemic, the most hit are the developing countries. And I think that is why Indonesia, as the host of the G20 summit now, has promoted the principle of inclusivity. And that is why also they invited the UN envoy, the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, is also here. He presented a press conference yesterday. And Indonesia, putting it boldly with the tagline, to leave no one behind, to reach consensus among the G20 members on various global problems, and also to have recommendations that will benefit all stratum in the global community, not only developed nations. Do you think Indonesia will succeed in its pursuit for inclusivity, especially with the result of the summit today and tomorrow?
Yes, it's easier said than done. But from the very beginning, when Indonesia, was included as a member of the G20, from the very beginning, Indonesia's seat at the G20 is not just for Indonesia, but also for other developing countries as well. So Indonesia will voice the concerns, the interests of other developing countries as a whole, not just Indonesia or not just the ASEAN region. And I think that this is, the legacy of our foreign policy since 1955, the Bandung Conference, where Indonesia saw itself as a spokesperson for Asia and Africa, but also for Latin America and so on. So the theme of no one left behind, of inclusive development, has always been very, very dear to Indonesia. And Indonesia has invited other countries. The issues of climate change is very prominent here. So Indonesia has also invited other, Pacific Island countries whose survival, security is really existential, because if the sea level rises, they will sink.
They will disappear.
So I mean, you're not talking about war or even nuclear war. You're talking about the water wiping you away. And that kind of concerns. And other countries that are suffering from drought or from flood. We in Indonesia, we continue to suffer from all this. So this is a real existential threat for planet Earth. The issues of climate change, and it's very important that big countries, the biggest producers of greenhouse gas, will have to come to an agreement.
Okay. Now, when it comes to climate change, if I may touch on this subject a little bit, it'll be very interesting to see how the US and China will resolve this matter, because as we know, they are the biggest producers of carbon emissions. And in the US itself, there's this opposing views between two sides of the government, especially the two parties, the Democratic Party and Republican Party, which each party really polar opposites when it comes to climate change. And now that I think the Democratic Party has sealed its majority in the Senate, do you think that will help President Biden's to have a stronger commitment to tackling climate change in the G20 summit?
Well, thank goodness for President Joe Biden that the Democrats have not lost the Senate.
Yes, exactly. Another collective sigh of relief.
I mean, the Democrats have not gained the majority in the House. But the loss has not been as dire as predicted.
The red wave didn't happen.
The red wave didn't happen. So at least, the President Joe Biden is still able to talk more authoritatively.
Yes.
But it's still going to be a struggle, because the budget will have to be decided, and it's the House that decides on that. And it's true that there are those who don't believe in climate change. There are, even in developed countries, there are those who who don't believe in science,
Yes.
So that happens.
Yeah.
So it is going to be a major issue. And for the United States, I'm afraid, the credibility issue remains is a serious issue for its international leadership.
Yeah.
Because even if the United States were to come out strongly in favor of particular international agreement, first, there is no guarantee that Congress will support it, will fund it, will ratify the agreement.
Yes. It's a long process.
Yes, or even if Congress has done that, if an agreement has gone through, like TPP, for example, there's no guarantee that the next president will not completely overthrow it.
Right.
And that is the challenge of a democracy. But we hope that the deeply polarized American society will not be there forever and ever. Let's hope that they come again to the middle.
Yes.
Because the world needs a US that is able to function.
Yeah, that's true. Like what happened during President Trump when he pulled out of the Paris Agreement.
Exactly.
Let's not hope that happens again in the next government.
Yeah. So that that it is. People are still questioning whether it is going to be the new normal. This extreme polarization.
Yes.
The zig and the zag is so extreme, or whether it's an aberration. It's times. We'll see. Time will tell.
Okay.
So as we can see at the moment, we just saw President Joko Widodo met with the Indian
the Prime Minister. Okay. That is also a very much awaited meeting, of course. India is quite influential now at the world stage. How do you think Indonesia's and India bilateral relationship will change after the summit? Any progresses that we should know about that could be
insiders information?
Well, Indonesia and India have long-term friends. One of the major countries that Indonesia have never had any bilateral problems is with India. If you look at it, we've had problems with the United States, we had problem with China, we had problem with Japan. But with India, there's never been any problems. But there's a tendency, Japan occupied the whole of Southeast Asia, military occupations. The United States intervened in Indonesia's domestic affairs throughout the 1950s and early 60s. The regional rebellions, for example. And China was considered to intervene in Indonesia's domestic affairs in the 60s. China was accused, for example, of being involved in an abortive communist coup d'etat in Indonesia. But with India, for 2 millennia, for 2,000 years, the Indianization of Southeast Asia. We're in Bali, which is a Hindu island. And relations have been very smooth culturally. Throughout the 1950s, relations have been very, very close. But unfortunately, throughout the 70s and until quite recently, because Indonesia veered more towards the right, towards open market, while India's economy tended to be much more socialist and more inward-looking. The economic relations between the two countries have not really picked up, and both countries are not committed to improve that. But India and Indonesia have signed this comprehensive strategic partnership as well.
That's great news. A fascinating insight so far, Ibu Dewi, and we are very blessed to be in Bali right now, where the best minds of international politics are assembling, and we have another speaker now.
Yes,
to talk
indeed, joining us not only in the studio but also via Zoom. So Indonesia's G20 presidency, through its finance track, has discussed a wide range of issues to cope with the growing challenges, including the exit strategy to come out of the economic crisis and accelerate economic recovery. And here we have Bapak Sudrajat Jiwandono, former governor of Bank Indonesia and also professor at the Nanyang Technological University of Singapore, to share his view about the priority discussed under the G20 forum. Hello, sir. Good to have you.
Hello, Pak Sudrajat. Thank you so much for joining us, Pak. Thank you. I'm sure you have a busy schedule, so you being here online is very much appreciated. So if you don't mind, we just go right into the questions. We love to know more about the G20 forum from your perspective. Pak Sudrajat, amidst unprecedented economic and geopolitical challenges, the G20 highlights the importance of strengthening the international financial architecture. Now, why there is a need to improve the global finance and monetary system from your point of view?
All right. First, thank you for inviting me to join the discussion. Let me go back years ago, though, when the G20 was born. Before we had the G20 summit, we have just the G20, which was a forum for central bank governors and finance minister of the G7 countries. But after the crisis of 1999, they knew that it is not enough for them to get the debate on what's going on. They didn't even have a clear idea as to what has been going on in Asia, why Asian financial crisis happened. So that is how the G20 was being set up. So after 1999, every year the G20, the Forum for the Minister of Finance and the Central Bank Governor of G20 plus the middle income groups, India, Indonesia, Brazil, and some other Latin American countries, including also South Africa, etc. But in 2008, when the US hosted the G20 meeting, the US experienced a very bad problem with the subprime mortgage loan collapse.
Yeah.
And in 2008, when in September, the JP Morgan, one of the Wall Street investment bank with the global reach, were bankrupting, then the problem became a world problem. And because of that, the US was making an initiative under the Obama presidency to invite the G20 summits. So since that time, the G20 became G20 of the summit. And as it happened from the first time, the chairmanship or the presidency of the G20 was, every country alphabetically take turns. And this is actually why Indonesia this year become the host for the G20 meeting. And it has been also the custom that the sort of leadership of the G20 is always a troika between the past presidency, the current one, and the next one. So when Indonesia is becoming the president of the G20 right now, it's also always inviting the former and the next one. Now, I think it is indeed very true that this year the meeting has, a full plate of agenda, both politics and social economics, and also a war, the problem with the invasion of Russia to Ukraine that developed into a total war has been going on for since February of this year, so it's almost a year, and up to this moment it doesn't seem there is any sign of going to end very soon, even though from the report that we kept getting from the CNN and other television, we learned that Ukraine has been gaining its is time to drive away the occupier, the Russian army. The latest one was Tom Kherson, one of the city in the northeast of Ukraine. I guess this must be part of the discussion in the G20, which start tomorrow. Is it? All right. I also follow what's going on through the media, that the meeting between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping seems to be running quite well. From 2 hours to become like more than even 3 hours. And after the meeting, President Joe Biden already make a statement about his bullishness of the meeting itself. The meeting didn't really make any progress in terms of what they could achieve, but at least both of them are very frank in the discussion, showing its stand, like on Taiwan issue. U.S. kept saying, we have not changed our position. We are stand ready if China is going to use the force. The U.S. is going to help Taiwan. And things like that has been very clear. But the good news was that they agreed on following it up what they have been discussing, so that very soon Secretary Blinken is going to go to Beijing to have a discussion with his counterpart over there. I guess that so far what I've been following, but of course the other issues like the climate change, every day we see what happens in some area, very severe drought, in other area floods, and then the implication of that, like the